Good afternoon, or actually morning, and thank you for joining On the Spot Motorsports Media for race number 4 of the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series here at Gainesville Raceway. We are fixing to get things kicked off here with our prayer and our national anthem. So just bear with us. Hopefully we can get a lot of racing in before the rain gets here. But we all know the rain is on its way. And also, if you don't know it and you want to watch the NASCAR race, the Daytona 500, it has been moved up to 1:30 this afternoon. So just bear with us and we'll be underway shortly.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Raceway for today's bracket series racing. Appreciate you all coming out to Gainesville Raceway. We're going to get pre-race festivities underway, and today's invocation is brought to you by Santi Rodriguez Jr. Please stand for our invocation.
Good morning. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. Dear holy gracious Father, we thank you, Lord, for another gift of life, Lord. We thank you, Lord, for this beautiful weather, Lord. We ask you, Lord, to please be with us, Lord, as we try to get this event in before Mother Nature strikes with the rain. We ask you to bless each and every racer, Lord. Let the machines run straight and true. Let them run to the best of their abilities, Lord. Be with them all, Father, Lord. Be with the staff as they give us the best track possible, Lord. Keep them safe. Be with each and every person on this property, Father, Lord. Give us all travel mercies home to our next appointed time. It's in the blessed name of your Son, Jesus, we pray. Amen.
At this time, please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go racing! We'll also have the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street, so the Super Pro bike class coming up next, and then the FB's Trailers Super Pro class will follow them. Going to be a great day. Listen to your call-outs in the pits when we call you over. You don't have to come over yet if you are part of the Super Pro bike class, but we will be calling you as the racing goes along. The engines are fired here at Gainesville Raceway, and we are just about ready to send the first pair out onto the racetrack again. If you were down there in lanes number 3 and 4, we do have overflow in lanes number 5 and 6 for you. Again, overflow in 5 and 6 for the Jeans Glass Pro class. At this time, attention in the pits, we are going to call the Super Pro ET bike class over. Once again, in lane number 7, you're going to have the Super Pro ET bike class. Come on over for your first round eliminations. Going to try to keep this running as smoothly as possible here today. Coming up here, the first ones down the track today is going to be Leah Zumbra from Inverness, Florida, going up against Daniel Salyers from Reddick, Florida. that'll be our first trip down Raceway today. It is first round eliminations at Gainesville Raceway. Thanks for joining us. Let's hope for a great day of racing. Here we go. There goes Daniel Salyers. Down the track. Lee going to try to run him down, and the win going to Lee Zarembra from Inverness, Florida, 6.414 to 105.95 miles per hour. Again, everybody getting a buyback here today. If you do get eliminated in the first round, you come on down to the base of the tower, we'll get your buyback for you. Reed Ferreira from Jacksonville, Florida, going to be in the left-hand lane, going up against Roland Alfred Corky. Roland dialed at a 6.93, Reed with a 7.08. Again, first call for the Super Pro ET Bike class. Come on down if you're the Super Pro ET Bike class for your first round eliminations. You're going to be in lane number 7. And we're going to Roland Alfred Corky in the right-hand lane at a 6.980 at 95.67 miles per hour. Left lane ran a 7.116 at 93.97 miles per hour. D. Lighty in the left-hand lane going up against Andy Pugh from Middleburg, Florida. Andy dialed with a 6.45 in the right-hand lane. D with a 6.56 dial. It's first round eliminations here at Gainesville Raceway for the Jeans Glass Pro class. Andy working his way in, and here we go. Down the racetrack way they go, and looks like the right lane just unable to pull it off. D. Lighty able to win with a 6.596 to a 6.486. One of our closer races of the morning. 101.22 miles per hour for D as D moves on to the next round. Christopher Duffett comes up the right-hand lane from Wesley Chapel, Florida. Christopher Duffett dialed at a 6.49. Kenny Bevins in the left-hand lane dialed at a 6.27. There's a slight advantage here for the right lane of Christopher Duffett. We'll see if Kenny Bevins can run him down. Whoa, look out for Kenny Bevins. Big tailspin off the start. Kenny get him at the line. Oh, he can't. Kenny Bevins coming through. But a red light for Christopher Duffett. Oh, man, it was all sorts crossed up there for Kenny Bevins. He keeps control of the car and ends up with the win with a red light for Christopher Duffett, who went just a little bit early as Kenny Bevins moves on to the next round. That brings up Paul Allen in the left lane from Middleburg, Florida. Paul Allen's going up against Jeremy Davis in the right-hand lane. Again, first call for the Super Pro ET Bike class. You're going to be in lane number 7. If you are part of the Super Pro ET Bike class, come over to lane number 7 for your first round eliminations. We go to Paul Allen in the left-hand lane. Paul Allen ran a 6.720 at 96.09 miles per hour. Brings up Reggie Manuel from High Springs, Florida, down to 7.68. James Turner in the left-hand lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, dialed at a 7.01. Pretty good start for Emmanuel, trying to hold it off, and Emmanuel moving on to the next round. With a 7.756 at 81.07 miles per hour from High Springs, Florida. Moving on to our next round, Chelsea Tyndall from Freeport, Florida, the right-hand lane, dialed at a 6.03, going up against John Siegel from Riverview, Florida, dialed at a 5.68. Takes the win in the left lane is John Siegel from Riverview. He moves on to the next round. Took it over Chelsea Tyndall. And that brings up Frank Medeiros III in the left-hand lane. Frank dialed at a 6.91. Had some strong runs yesterday. And here comes car number 219P in the right-hand lane. And the Chevy Corvette. Again, first call for all the Super Pro ET bike class. When we finish with our Jeans Class Pro class, we're going to move right into bikes. So if you're part of the bikes, come on over. We need to get you your first round elimination to get everybody getting a buyback here today. If you're eliminated in the first round, come to the base of the tower and we'll get you your buyback. Red light for the right lane. Frank Medeiros III going to take the win at a 7.083 and 99.9 miles per hour. Clint Wilson in the right-hand lane out of Providence, Florida, dialed at a 6.85. Going up against John Tyler in the left-hand lane. John Tyler hails out of Anthony, Florida, with a 7.48 dial. See if John can hold on to it. No, he can't. Clint Wilson pulls it off with a 6.902, 97.59 mile per hour run for Clint Wilson, who moves to the next round and eliminates John Tyler. John Rollins in the left-hand lane going up against Leah Tadaro from Gainesville, Florida. Leah dialed at a 7.58. John Rollins with a 5.95. Leah always very strong here at Gainesville Raceway. We'll see what she is able to throw down this morning. John Rollins equally as strong, though. This is a great matchup. John Rollins with a big wheel stand, so too from Leah Tadaro, but Leah's got a red light. Oh, it's up break for Leah Tadaro. John Rollins going to move to the next round. 5.971 for John Rollins at 114.68 miles per hour. Dawson Bass going to be in the right-hand lane in the Ford Mustang. Left lane is going to be Ken Grant with a 6.24 dial. Ken Grant hailing out of Georgia. Dawson Bass from Jacksonville, Florida. Red light for Dawson Bass. That'll send Ken Grant on to the next round. Ken Grant running a 6.232 at 118.97 miles per hour. Eliminates Dawson Bass. Lee Hauser in the right-hand lane against Debbie Young. Lee Hauser from Ponte Vedra, Florida, at a 7.28 dial. Going to have a little bit of a head start over Debbie Young. And we'll see what Debbie's able to throw down. 5.82 dial for Debbie Young. Lee's ready to go. And so is Debbie. Oh, Lee's with the red light. Look out here, Debbie Young. Debbie's going to hang on to that car. And glad she did, because she's on to the next round with the red light from Lee Hauser. Shuts that Mustang down. Took a big leap to the right. A good car control there from Debbie Young, able to shut it down and move on to the next round. As Debbie gets that car off the racetrack. Ernie Renfro will come up next in the right-hand lane. Ernie from Middleburg, Florida. And going up against Andy Lindsay in that patriotic Mustang. Andy out of Alachua, Florida. Oh, and Andy's got a red light by 003s. Ernie got to grab the victory in the first round. Ernie ran a 6.668 at 103.40 miles per hour as Ernie moves on to the next round. Mike French coming up in the right-hand lane from Ocala, Florida. Mike French dialed at a 6.15. He's going to be going up against Curtis Peak. Curtis Peak going to be from Quitman, Georgia. Dialed a 6.47. Saw both of these cars put in some pretty good runs yesterday. They were very entertaining. And here they are again this morning at Gainesville Raceway. It's about 9:21 local time. Appreciate you guys tuning in and watching. Really nice morning here at Gainesville Raceway. Gotta love that February Florida weather here that we have. Here we go. Here's Curtis Peak and Mike French going up against one another. Well, Curtis Peak a little swirly off the start, but here comes Mike French trying to run him down, and Mike French going to get him at the line. 6.227 at 98.54 miles per hour from Mike French. That brings up Mike Monty and the left-hand lane in the Ford Mustang, the silver Ford Mustang there. Going up against Mustang, the right-hand lane, Mustang number 241C, dialed at a 7.34. Mike dialed at a 6.19 in that silver Mustang. So we'll see what Mike's able to put down here today. About a 1.2 second head start for the right lane. Kind of a tough start for Mike in the left lane, and he's not going to get there. Right lane's going to win with 7.435, 88.56 mile per hour pass in the right-hand lane. That'll bring up Travis Marchand in the right lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, dialed with a 5.83. Boy, Travis has been quite the show here this weekend. Austin Logan going to be in the left-hand lane from Port Charlotte, Florida, at 5.83 dial. This is going to be a great race. Looking forward to this one. Two strong cars and two great drivers who are going to be doing battle here in this first round. All right, so here we go. It's Travis Marchand versus Austin Logan. And off they go. Oh, it's a great race so far down the track, but Travis Marchand red lit. Oh, man, tough break for Travis. Austin Logan going to go through to the next round with a 5.77 at 116.74 miles per hour. At this time, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The FB Trailer Super Pro class. Come on over for your first round eliminations. You're going to be in lane number 1 and 2. Again, Super Pro class, the FB Trailer Super Pro class is going to be in lanes number 1 and 2 with the overflow in lanes number 3 and 4. First call for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Come on over to the stage lanes for first round eliminations. Tony Gambardella in the right-hand lane. Oh, red light by a tenth of a second. Chris Leese is going to pick up the victory, 7.109 at 96.31 miles per hour for Chris Leese in the left-hand lane, who moves on to the next round. That brings up Russ Morris in the right lane. Russ from Citra, Florida, dialed with a 6.94, and going up against Michael Carpenter from St. Petersburg, Florida, a 6.45 dial from Michael Carpenter. Michael Carpenter in the pickup truck, and Russ Morris with that 6.94 dial, just slight advantage here for Russ Morris, and we'll see if Michael Carpenter is able to run him down. Michael Carpenter put in some fast runs yesterday in that pickup truck. Michael out of St. Petersburg, Florida. And here we go. Real good start for Russ Morris. He's going to have a chance to hold off Michael Carpenter if he can, but no, Michael Carpenter comes back, gets him at the line with a 6.507. 105.38 miles per hour for Michael Carpenter was a 7.039 for Russ Morris at 96.53 miles per hour. That brings up Travis Britton, left lane from Glen St. Mary, Florida. Tom Courtney in the right-hand lane. Tom Courtney from High Springs, Florida, dialed at a 7.12. Travis Britton, left lane, dialed at a 6.52. Again, first call for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Come over to the stage lanes for your first round eliminations. The FB Trailer Super Pro class, 1 and 2, with overflow to 3 and 4. Tom Courtney and Travis Britt going at it down the track right now, and the right lane from Tom Courtney will win with a 7.133, 96.40 mile per hour pass for Tom Courtney, and Travis Britt ran a 6.581 at 102.69 miles per hour. Jason Rollins in the right lane down to 7.19 from High Springs, Florida, going up against Mike Gaffney from Wildwood, Florida. Mike Gaffney in the Gremlin. It's a fast little Gremlin, though. And Jason Rollins with that American muscle in the right-hand lane. All right, Jason Rollins and Mike Gaffney going at it in the first round. Following this, we'll have the Super Pro ET bike class coming up for first round eliminations. Calling all FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. There goes Jason Rollins. Good start for Jason, but Mike Gaffney, equally good start. Come on, Jason Rollins going to get him. 7.238 at 93.35 miles per hour for Jason Rollins. Mark Dell in the left-hand lane for Middleburg, Florida. Going up against truck number 2051. Dialed at a 6.46 in that right-hand lane. Mark dialed at a 5.69. Looks like a pretty solid start for Mark. But not going to get there. 20.51 and the victory going to the right-hand lane at a 6.512 at 105.14 miles per hour. Marcus Cruz in the right-hand lane. Marcus Cruz dialed at a 7.10. Identical dials on this. We got Adam Willis in the left-hand lane out of Astatula, Florida, dialed with a 7.10. So identical 7.10 dials. Adam Willis in first, and here comes Marcus Cruz. First round eliminations for the Jeans class, Pro class. Better start from Marcus Cruz. Can he hold it? No, he can't. Adam Willis gets him from Astatula, Florida, moves on to the next round with a 7.230, 88.93 miles per hour for Adam Willis. Now coming up here, it's Bart Pangolinin and John Wayne. John Dwayne dialed at a 6.43 for Jacksonville, Florida, going up against Bart Pangolinin from Melrose, Florida, in the left-hand lane. Here we go. Red light from John Dwayne. Bart Pangolinin is going to move on to the next round. See what Bart runs. 6.596 at 102.17 miles per hour for Bart Pangolinin. And that'll bring up Keith Collins and Roy Hacker Jr. Keith Collins in the right-hand lane, dialed with a 6.44. Roy Hacker Jr., a dial of 6.80 from Northville, Michigan, in the left-hand lane. Final couple of cars coming up here for the Jeans class, Pro class. Then we'll move on to our Super Pro ET bike class. Here's Keith Collins. Oh, Keith is going to go early. Red light for Keith Collins, Roy Hacker Jr. in the left-hand lane. Gonna move on to the next round. 6.832 for Roy Hacker Jr. at 99.59 miles per hour. Right-hand lane ran a 6.516 off the red light at 105.1 miles per hour. Kenny Bevins in the right-hand lane going up against Phil Green. Phil Green going to be in the left-hand lane. Phil Green from Ocala, Florida, dialed with a 6.03. Kenny Bevins in the right-hand lane, dialed with a 6.26 from Tallahassee, Florida. Following this pair, we're going to do a quick sweep of the track. Big wheel stand from Phil Green. Phil Green headed down the racetrack, and he's going to pick up the victory with a 6.038 at 108.37 miles per hour, and he did it with style. Oh, that was a lot of fun to watch. Big wheel stand out of Phil Green. Kenny Bevins in the right-hand lane ran a 6.271 at 107.43 miles per hour. That takes care of the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Coming up next will be the Super Pro ET Bike Class. That'll be our next round. It'll be first round eliminations for the Super Pro ET Bike Class, as we're going to do quick track maintenance here, and then we'll get back to first round eliminations at Gainesville Raceway.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at BigStuff3EFI.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Again, if you were eliminated in the first round, you can have a buyback. So if you'd like a buyback, come to the base of the tower. We'll get you your buyback here. Our buy for Pro Bike today is bike number 227X. Our buy coming up here for the Super Pro class is going to be Bobby Trinnell in car number 222. Again, the buy in the first round for the Super Pro class is Bobby Trinnell in car number 222. The buy in the Pro Bike class is bike number 227X. All right, here we go with first round eliminations for our Super Pro ET Bike class. The Super Pro ET Bike class in round one eliminations. We'll start with Vance Shell in the right-hand lane, going up against bike number 999 in the left lane. Vance dialed with a 7.57 in the right-hand lane, and the left-hand lane dialed with a 7 even. First round eliminations in our first bike race of the day. Vance with a pretty good start at it. And Vance going to hold on with a 7.622 at 83.49 miles per hour. Vance moves on to the next round. Your track chaplain, Santi Rodriguez Jr. in the right-hand lane, dialed at a 5.50. Larry Berger dialed with a 6.75 from Jacksonville, Florida, is going to be in the left-hand lane. And here we go. There goes Larry. Oh, look out, Larry. Larry hanging on to it. There goes Santi Rodriguez Jr. Moving on to the next round with a 5.694. Glad to see Larry hanging on to that bike. Got a little swirly off the start there. Glad to see him gather that one up. Let's get Santi Rodriguez Jr. going to move on to the next round with a 5.694, 97.14 miles per hour. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the right-hand lane from Citra, Florida, going up against Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida. Dwayne Leachman with a 5.60 dial. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. with a 5.72. Now, once again, we're going to have coming up next the FB Trailer Super Pro class. If you are in the Super Pro class, you should be in the stage lanes. You are coming up next in lanes number 1 and 2, and overflow in 3 and 4. Dwayne Leachman with a 5.60 dial, and Dwayne Schmidt in the left lane from Citra with a 5.72. So red light for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. So Dwayne Leachman is going to move on. 5.616 pass for Dwayne Leachman. Gets the win with 121.23 miles per hour. That brings up Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida with a 5.60 dial. He'll get just about a 10th head start over Samuel Parrish from Green Cove Springs, Florida with a 5.49 dial. Working our way through first round eliminations for the Super Pro ET Bike class at Gainesville Raceway. Thanks for joining us. Red light for Scott DeLong. Samuel Parrish in the left lane is going to grab the win. And Samuel going to put down a 5.601 at 124.50 miles per hour as Samuel Parrish moves on to the next round. Anthony Vieira from Palm Coast, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Jeff Tisdale from Reddick, Florida. Jeff dialed in with a 5.60, and Anthony Vieira, his dial was a 6.50. Red light for Jeff Tisdale. Anthony Vieira will move on to the next round. He had a little bit of trouble halfway down the track, gathers it up, and keeps on pushing. 8.635 for Anthony Vieira, but it moves him to the next round after the red light there from Jeff Tisdale. 84.41 miles per hour for Anthony Vieira. Left-hand lane with the red light ran 120.31 miles per hour. Jeremy Fireball Davis will be in the right lane. Roy Hagdorn dialed with a 5.60 in the left-hand lane. And we'll get one more run from the Super Pro ET bike class after this, and then we'll do a little bit more track maintenance. And the win going to Jeremy Fireball Davis in the right-hand lane. Jeremy Fireball Davis ran a 5.719. It's a pretty close race, 127.7 miles per hour. Left-hand lane, Roy running a 5.731 at 112.30 miles per hour. Jeremy Fireball Davis moving on to the next round. And that brings up Joe Clemmy. Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa. Dialed with a 5.67. He'll be our last bike to go in the Super Pro ET bike class, round one eliminations. And that bike pulled a little bit to the right for Joe Clemmy. He's still going to lay down a 5.689 at 116.21 miles per hour for Joe Clemmy, who will move to the next round here in the Super Pro ET bike class. We'll do a little bit of track maintenance here. We'll be down for just a little bit, getting this track worked in before we get to our first round eliminations for the FB Trailers Super Pro class. It'll come up next. You're going to be in lanes number 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 with your overflow. Following that, we will have our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class, but you can stay in the pits for right now as we work this track in, doing a little bit of track maintenance here. And then we'll get to first round eliminations for the FB Trailers Super Pro class. Thanks for attending the 2026 Scorpion Racing ET Bracket Series. And we're doing track maintenance here at Gainesville Raceway. Once we get this track worked in, we appreciate our track crew working so hard down there all weekend long. Part of the Scorpion Racing ET Bracket Series. We'll get first round eliminations coming up for the FB Trailers Super Pro class. It'll come up your way. Again, you are able to do a first round buyback if you've already gone in the Jeans Class Pro class or the Super Pro ET Bike class and you were eliminated. Come on down to the tower and we'll get you your buyback. Looks like the track crews are wrapping up here. And we're about to get to the first round eliminations for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. If you're part of the Super Pro class, be ready to go as we are sending you down the track for first round eliminations. So first round eliminations for the FB Trailer Super Pro class is currently underway. You're going to have Glenn Newmans who will come up in the right-hand lane. Donna 5.58 for Glenn Newmans out of Alachua, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane. Going up against Keith Collins in the Chevy pickup truck. Keith Collins dialed at a 5.60, nearly identical dial times here. So here we are in first round eliminations. Keith Collins in the left lane. Glenn Newmans in the right lane from Alachua, Florida. First round eliminations underway for the Super Pro Heat. We just got through the Super Pro ET bike class. Now on to the FB Trailers Super Pro class. Glenn Newman's in first, and here comes Keith Collins. We are underway in the FB Trailers Super Pro class. There's a red light from Glenn Newman. That'll send Keith Collins on to the next round in the left-hand lane. Keith Collins moving on with a 5.677 at 123.60 miles per hour. Brings up our next pair. It's Jimmy Dixon in the right-hand lane, Don with a 5.71 from Ashford, Alabama. Going up against Dan Dobson. And the left lane, Don at a 6.40 from Gainesville, Florida. Dan Dobson, hometown favorite here at Gainesville. Jimmy Dixon from Ashford, Alabama. Oh, tough start for Jimmy Dixon there. We'll see if he can get Dan at the line. He can't. Dan Dobson going to take it with a 6.417, 107.25 miles per hour for Dan Dobson. Hangs on to it. 5.744 for Jimmy Dixon. Just wasn't good enough at 119.49 miles per hour for Jimmy Dixon. Dan Dobson moving on to the next round. Mike Matreeson from Brooksville, Florida in the right-hand lane. Going up against Brandon George in the left lane. Dial with 6.17. Dial on the right lane for Mike Matreeson with a 6.47. As we are working our way through first round eliminations in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. So Mike Matreeson in the right-hand lane, Brandon George in the left. As part of our next pair in the Super Pro FB Trailer Super Pro class. Up they go. And George with a good start. And Brandon George going to take it down with a 6.212, 112.36 mile per hour pass for Brandon George. Eliminates Mike Matreeson. David Harris in the right-hand lane going up against Luke Alley. Luke Alley from Fort White, Florida, with a 5.54 dial. David Harris with a 4.88 dial in that Dragster. David Harris had a couple of good runs yesterday out here. So did Luke Alley. This should be a pretty good race. They're ready to go. Luke Alley going to get there. Sorry, Luke Alley hammers it down the track, and here comes David Harris. David Harris going to get the win at a 4.969, 118.70 mile per hour pass for David Harris. Luke Alley with a 5.717 and 119.41 miles per hour. Jim Barbara from Trenton, Florida in left lane dial with a 6.48. Going up against Gary Vasquez. Gary Vasquez in the Dragster from Alachua, Florida. 4.74 dial for Gary Velasquez. So Gary Vasquez always very quick here at Gainesville Raceway. And he's been tough to beat lately. Going up against Jim Barbara from Trenton, Florida. Going to pull an upset here in the first round. Jim Barbera in the left lane from Trenton, Florida. 6.48 dial for Jim. Jim's in, and here comes Gary. There goes Jim. An 0.20 reaction time from Jim. Gary trying to chase him down. And how about Jim Barbera? Get the win at 6.519 at 104.61 miles per hour for Jim Barbera. Eliminating Gary Vasquez. How about that? Jack Bennett in the left-hand lane going up against James Hicks. Jackie Bennett from Palatka, 4.46 dial, and then James Hicks Jr. in the right-hand lane with a 4.63 from Elkton, Florida. Two dragsters going at it. Early this morning, we are working our way through the FB Trailer Super Pro Class at Gainesville Raceway. Again, thanks for joining us. Jackie Bennett in the left lane. James Hicks Jr. in the right. There, tough break for Jackie Bennett there. James Hicks Jr. going to grab the victory. A 4.694 run for James Hicks Jr. A little bit of wheel spin there for Jackie Bennett. And that moves James Hicks Jr. on to the next round. He ran 142.57 miles per hour. Just a few problems there for Jackie Bennett in the left-hand lane. That brings up Dan Emlin from Cincinnati, Ohio in the right-hand lane going up against Jerry McGill. Jerry in the left lane in that dragster, a 5.43 dial in the left-hand lane. You get a 5.63 in the right-hand lane from Van. This is a mighty quick car in this right-hand lane. Red light in the left hand and Dan. Emlin is going to move on to the next round. Dan running a 5.679 at 120.89 miles per hour. And Jerry McGill, red light. Red light on the left-hand lane. Buddy Goolsby from High Springs, Florida, comes up next in the right-hand lane with a pickup truck. A 6.41 dial for Buddy. And then you've got Austin Logan in the left-hand lane dialed with a 5.80 for Austin Logan. Been a great day so far at Gainesville Raceway, again working our way through the first round eliminations for the FB Trailer Super Pro Class. Both of them in and ready to go. Austin Logan against Buddy Goolsby. There goes Buddy, and there goes Austin Logan. Great race so far at the 3:30. It's tight, but Austin Logan going to grab the victory at a 5.824 at 112.72 miles per hour. Austin Logan moving on to the next round and eliminating Buddy Goolsby. Dave Demarest in the right-hand lane from Fort McCoy, Florida, with a 4.71 dial going up against Cameron Fredrickson. 5.64 is the mark for Cameron Fredrickson. Dave Demarest in the right lane in that dragster, going up against Cameron Fredrickson, left-hand lane. See what Dave can put in. Dave's been pretty quick this weekend as well. Dave always quick when he comes out to Gainesville Raceway. Made many finals last year as well. There goes Cameron, and Dave's off and are chasing him down. Cameron Fredrickson going to grab the win at a 5.65, 922.32 mile per hour pass for Cameron Fredrickson in the left-hand lane. Dave Demarest ran a 4.733 at 145.55 miles per hour. Paul Ferreira in the right-hand lane going up against Alden Rollins from High Springs, Florida. Paul Ferreira out of Jacksonville, Florida, dialed in with a 6.44. The dial on the left side for Alden Rollins is going to be a 5.76. They thunder down the racetrack, and the winner is going to be Paul Ferreira in the right-hand lane with a 6.497 pass at 105.38 miles per hour. Moves Paul Ferreira on to the next round. Christopher Duffett in the right lane out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Dialed in with a 6.49. Going up against Dragster number K232, dialed with a 4.49. Up into the right lane. Trying to move his way into the next round. Yet if you get eliminated in this first round, you are able to get a buyback. and get re-put into the next round. Happens in our first round only. As we're working our way through in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Off goes Christopher Duffett. And trouble for the dragster in the left-hand lane. Not really sure what happened there. He's going to pull off to the left. Chris Duffett going to move on to the next round with a 6.552, 99.52 mile per hour pass for Chris Duffett. And the man from Wesley Chapel moves his way on to the next round. Looks like that dragster is under power. It is rolling as it goes down the racetrack here. I'll just pause the action just real quickly to get this dragster off the track. And open the throttle and immediately shut it down as he pulled off to the left side of the track. Again, the dragster is still moving. Chris Duffett put in the work, 6.552 pass at a 99.52 miles per hour. And Chris Duffett moving on to the next round. Michael Bose from Jacksonville, Florida is going to be in the roadster. He's going to be in the left-hand lane going up against Joe Pinkston from Williston, Florida. Joe Pinkston is going to be a 7.02 dial. And Michael in the left-hand lane is going to be a 5.25. And off goes Joe Pinkston. Oh! Hang on to it, Michael. Michael shuts it down. Glad to see him hang on to it. Holy Hannah. Michael got all sorts of crossed up there. Oh, look out. As Joe Pinkston moves on to the next round with 7.58, 95.75 miles per hour. Just glad to see Michael hang on to that race car. My goodness, he was about at a 45-degree angle, hung on to it, and makes it down the track. Great to see Michael hang on to the race car, and he's working his way down there. Joe Pinkston moves on to the next round as we are about halfway through the eliminations for the first round for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. And before we get to our next round of eliminations in the FB Trailer Super Pro class, we're going to do a little bit of track work here and then get back to it. Get halfway through our first round eliminations of the FB Trailer Super Pro class. If you are not with the Gainesville crew, please stay off the start line. Again, if you are not with the Gainesville racing crew, please stay off the start line. We need to make sure everybody is in the stage lanes. Again, if you are not with our Gainesville Raceway crew, please stay off the start line. So once again, working through some track maintenance here at Gainesville Raceway. We'll get the rest of our first round eliminations for the FB Trailer Super Pro class underway momentarily. We're just about ready to get back to racing action here at Gainesville Raceway. Appreciate you guys coming up to the speedway, the racetrack today. Looking forward to getting through the rest of our FB Trailer Super Pro class, which will be followed by our Junior Street. And as we are ready to go, it'll be Jenna Yerdal from St. Petersburg, Florida, dialed in with a 6.36 in the left-hand lane in the pickup truck. Going up against Ryan Radley from Bellevue, Florida, a 6.56 dial. Bellevue, right above the Villages, not too far from here, but probably an hour south. Brian hails from. That's a beautiful Camaro that he has right there, getting down a 6.56. He'll have a slight head start over Jenny Yerdal in that left-hand lane as we get back to racing action here in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Off they go, and it's a red light for Brian Radley in the right lane. Jenny Yerdal in the left lane is going to be moving on to the next round, 6.341 at 106.71 miles per hour for Jenny Yerdal. Brian Radley eliminated with the red light. But you are able to buy your way back in if you're eliminated in the first round. You can get those at the base of the tower. Come on over if you're eliminated and get bought back in. Michael Carpenter coming up in the left-hand lane from St. Petersburg, Florida, a 4.73 dial for Michael Carpenter in the Dragster. Kevin Powers from St. Mary, Florida, will be in the right lane, a dial of 4.98 for Kevin Powers. There we go, it's Carpenter against Powers. As they thunder their way down the racetrack, it'll be a win from Michael Carpenter from St. Petersburg, Florida, who moves into the next round. It was a 005 reaction time to a 006. It was tight, but a 4.751 takes it from Michael Carpenter at 141 miles per hour. That brings up Dragster number 2900 with a 4.50 dial in the left-hand lane going up against Robert Carlson. Robert hails out of St. Augustine, Florida. He'll be in with a 5.15 dial in the right-hand lane. Oh, a tough break in the left-hand lane. That'll hand the win to Robert Carlson. A 5.206 pass, 132.57 miles per hour for Robert Carlson. The right lane moves on to the next round from St. Augustine, Florida. Troy Volker in the right lane from Ocala, Florida, dialed in with a 6.89 in the pickup truck, going up against Michael Bonacci in the Dragster. Michael, also from Ocala, Florida, dialed in with a 5.0 even. So 1.89 second start for Troy Volker in the truck. And we'll see what Michael Bonacci is able to do, trying to run down Troy Volker. Both of them taking their sweet time to get into the start block here. Michael Bonacci triggers it first, and there comes Troy Volker. Both of them daring each other to get into the block and waiting for, and there's Michael Bonacci in first. Troy Volker now in, and we are off and running for Troy Volker. And there goes Michael Bonacci. Michael Bonacci had some issues in the left lane, and Troy Volker going to win with a 6.976 pass at 97.30 miles per hour. Not sure what happened to the Michael Bonacci machine, but he had to shut it down early. And Troy Volker moving on to the next round. That brings up Grayson Wright, who will be in the left-hand lane. Grayson with a 4.98 dial. He'll be going up against car number 216H with a 5.82 dial. Working our way through the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. Come on over to the stage lanes. You're going to be in lanes number 1 and 2. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. Please come over to the stage lanes. You'll be in lane number 1 and 2. Also calling the Pro Bike class to lane number 7. All Pro Bike. Please come to lane number 7 for your first round eliminations. Racing right at the start line, going up against car number 216H. So once again, first call for the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. You're going to be in lanes number 1 and 2. And first call for the Pro Bike class in row number 7. Lane number 7 for the Pro Bike class. The Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. You'll be in lanes number 1 and 2. Stage lanes 1 and 2 for the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. Coming over to the stage lane. Stage lane number 7 for the Pro Bike class. You'll be up after the FB Trailer Super Pro class. It'll be the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street first, followed by the Pro Bike class. Come on over to the stage lanes. Racing right in the left-hand lane, car number 216H in the right-hand lane with a 5.82 dial. Racing right in the left lane with a 4.98. Here goes the right lane. The Ford Mustang thunders on down the track. Not sure what happened to Racing right. He had to shut it down early, and car number 216H is going to move through to the next round. So that'll bring up our next group of racers. It's going to be Mark Daniel, who will be in the right-hand lane. Mark Daniel from Jacksonville, Florida. Mark Daniel, dialed with a 4.96 in that dragster. He'll be going up against John Rollins. John Rollins, dialed with a 5.97. It'll be about a second head start for John Rollins. Mark Daniel with the 4.96. 1.01 second start here for John Rollins in the left-hand lane. Can John Rollins move his way into the next round and eliminate Mark Daniel? Or will Mark Daniel be able to run down John Rollins? Going to be a good matchup here between Mark Daniel and John Rollins. Should be a fun one. Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in and coming out to Gainesville Raceway for the Scorpion Racing ET Bracket Series. Again, if you're eliminated the first round, the buybacks are done. The main office and first floor of the tower. So if you want to get into the next round, come and get your buyback at the first floor. Oh, look at John Rollins with a big wheel stand there. He's trying to hang on to it, and John Rollins going to hang on to it. 6.011 for John Rollins, who moves his way into the next round. 109.58 miles per hour for John Rollins. Mark Daniel ran a 5.040 at 134.90 miles per hour. Chuck Trotter comes up in the dragster in the right-hand lane. Chuck with a 4.59 dial. Victor Adams is going to be in the left lane out of Gainesville, Florida. Hometown hero here for Victor Adams, a 6.60 dial on that machine. Continuing to move through our FB Trailer Super Pro class. Once we're through here, coming up next is the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. If you're in the Junior Street, the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street, come on over to lanes number 1 and 2 for your first round elimination of the day. Also calling the Pro Bike class over to lane number 7. There goes Victor Adams, and Chuck Trotter follows suit. Victor Adams going to pick up the win with a 6.601 at 100.7 miles per hour. Chuck Trotter ran a 4.716 at 149.45 miles per hour. That brings up Brian Jones in the right-hand lane from Orange Park, Florida, a 4.49 dial for Brian Jones in that dragster. And then you've got Stephen Young from St. Augustine, Florida. Stephen Young in car number 38, dialed with a 7.17. Stephen Young will have about a 3.2 second head start over Brian Jones. We'll see if he can hang on to that and move on to the next round. Brian Jones inching his way in, and we are ready to go. Here goes Stephen Young. He's off and running. Pretty good start here for Stephen Young, but Brian Jones with a better start. See Brian Jones can run down. It's close. Brian Jones going to win with a 4.5 for 433.70 miles per hour. Stephen Young running a 7.310 at 82.10 miles per hour. But Brian Jones edges him at the line and moves on to the next round. Randy Banger in the right-hand lane in the dragster out of Palmetto, Florida. Dialed in with a 4.98 in the left lane, car X233.5 in the left lane, dialed with a 6.41. What can Randy do this morning here at Gainesville Raceway? Randy, again, out of Palmetto, Florida. Here we go. Oh, big lurch there from the left-hand lane, and it's going to result in a red light. Randy Banger moving on to the next round on a 4.941 pass at 138.90 miles per hour. Randy Banger moves on to the next round. That brings up Gene Spaziani from Lake City, Florida. He'll be in the Roadster in the right-hand lane, a 6.07 dial for Gene. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. will be in the left lane on the bike from Central Florida. He dialed in with a 5.77, about a half-second head start here for Gene in the Roadster. Oh, just a 002 head start there for Gene. He's got to eliminate himself. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to get the victory at a 5.798, 120.21 mile per hour pass. As Dwayne Schmidt Jr. on the motorcycle is going to go through to the next round. Gene with a 002 early start there. Kelly Hicks coming up in the right-hand lane, a 4.55 dial for Kelly Hicks out of Elkton, Florida in the dragster, going up against Roy Hagdorn with a 6.26 dial from Venice, Florida. We'll see what Roy has for Kelly here this morning. Again, if you were part of the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street, you need to be headed over to your lane number 1 and 2 for first round eliminations. That'll be followed by the pro bike class, also called an all pro bike class. If you're still in the pits, get on over for your first round eliminations in lane number 7 for the pro bike class. Good start for Roy. Can he hold off Kelly? No, he can't. Kelly gets him at the line. 4.566 for Kelly Hicks at 149.45 miles per hour. Kelly really putting into work there in that dragster. And one of our faster passes of the day so far. Mike Ming from Green Coast Springs, Florida will be in the right-hand lane in the pickup truck. Going to be going up against Ken Grant, dialed in with a 6.25 in the left-hand lane. Mike dialed in with a 6.68. And coming up with our final couple of pairs here in the first round eliminations for the FB Trailers Super Pro class. And they're off and running. Both identical reaction times from both of them. Headed down the racetrack. Edge ran against Mike Bing, and Mike is going to get him at the line. Mike in that truck wins the race with a 6.699, 99.33 miles per hour. Left lane ran a 6.288 at 108.70 miles per hour. Brings up our second to last pair in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. It'll be Tony Gambardella from Mims, Florida, going up against Glenn Newmans in the left-hand lane. Tony dialed in with a 6.04, and Glenn with a 5.60 out of Alachua, Florida. So that's Glenn Newmans against Tony Gambardella. Tony in that truck. Tony with a big wheel stand. Isn't going to hurt that truck. Glenn Newman's chasing him down. No, Tony going to hang on to it. Tony with a 6.065, 100.2 mile per hour pass, and Glenn Newmans with a 5.595, 119.13 pass. And Tony going to win it. That brings up our final pair in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. And this is going to be Bobby Trinnell versus Dave Hicks. Bobby Trinnell in the right-hand lane of the Roadster from Fort White, Florida, will be going up against Dave Hicks from St. Augustine. Dave Hicks with a 4.75 dial. Bobby Trinnell with a 5.29. Coming up next, it'll be our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. That'll be followed by the Pro Bike class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call for the Lakeland Sportsman class. Come to lanes 5 and 6. Whoa, look at that. Bobby Trinnell, big slide out of that machine, and it may have cost him. Dave Hicks going to take the victory at 4.781, 145.52 pass for Dave Hicks, who moves on to the next round. That brings us to our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. Will be Molly Banger in the right-hand lane out of Palmetto, Florida, going up against the Ford pickup truck. Again, first call for the Lakeland Sportsman class. You can come over to lane number 5 and 6 for your first round eliminations. Now calling the Lakeland Sportsman class. Also calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters over to the stage lanes. If you are 6 to 9 years old, you're going to be in lane number 8. If you're a bike, we need to move that bike out of lane number 8. Lane 8 is for our FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. The 6 to 9 year old is going to be in lane number 8. And then you're going to have the 10 to 12 year olds in lane number 2. And our 13 to 18 year olds are going to be in lane number 1. Calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes for your first round eliminations, along with the Lakeland Sportsman class. Come on over to lane 5 and 6 for the Lakeland Sportsman class. Left lane got the victory there at a 10.344, 69.83 pass. Aaron Kennedy from Middleburg, Florida, will be in the right lane going up against Briella Browning. These are 13 to 16 year olds in this class. Good way to get into the sport. All junior dragsters just head to the back of the lanes for the chip draw. Again, all junior dragsters just head to the back of the lanes for the chip draw. You're going to have the 6 to 9 year olds in row number 8, 10 to 12 in row number 2, and the 13 to 18 year olds in row number 1. Again, all junior dragsters. If you could just stay in the back for the chip draw, we greatly appreciate that. We're working our way through the all speed and machine junior street class. As we have Chelsea Dwayne in the right-hand lane going up against Caden Holloway from Inverness, Florida in the dually. And down the track they go. We'll see what Chelsea Dwayne is able to put in. It's going to be a 9.404 win for Chelsea Dwayne from Jacksonville, Florida. a 76.56 pass for Chelsea. Caden ran a 10.914 at 59.82 miles per hour. And that brings up Lincoln McMaster as our last junior street, Allen Speed and Machine junior street class in the GMC pickup truck. From De Leon Springs, Florida is Lincoln McMaster. And off goes Lincoln. Gonna do some track maintenance real quick before we get into our first round eliminations for the sportsman class. Lincoln McMaster again, laying down a 10.369 pass at 73.79 miles per hour. A little bit of track maintenance that we're going to be doing here at Gainesville Raceway. And then coming up, it's going to be the Pro Bike class and the Lakeland Sportsman class. Before we get to our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, again, if you're the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, start working your way over to your stage lanes. And if you could stay in the back for the chip drop, greatly appreciate that. And working our track in here at Gainesville Raceway. Up next, it'll be the Pro Bike class. Okay, we're in row number 7. That'll be followed by the Lakeland Sportsman class in rows number 5 and 6. Lanes number 5 and 6 for our Lakeland Sportsman class. And if you are the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, start working your way over to the stage lanes. Our 6 to 9-year-olds are going to be in lane number 8. The 10 to 12-year-olds will be in lane number 2, with the 13 to 18-year-olds in lane number 1. All right, so we are ready to go here at Gainesville Raceway for the Pro Bike class. The Pro Bike class coming up here, it'll be Vance Abishel in the right-hand lane from Vero Beach, Florida. Hey, Vance. Dwayne Leachman will be in the left-hand lane. Dwayne out of Wildwood, Florida. And we'll see what they're able to lay down in this first run. Now you got Vance dialed with an 11.95 in the right-hand lane. Dwayne Leachman with an 8.50 dial from Wildwood, Florida. And here we go for the Pro Bike class. They'll be followed by the Lakeland Sportsman class coming up here. light from Vince Shell will hand the win to Dwayne Leachman. Dwayne wins with a 8.556 pass at 135.43 miles per hour for Dwayne Leachman. Chuck Wooten from Reddick, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Richard Holder. Richard hails out of Jacksonville, Florida, and then Chuck out of Reddick, Florida. Richard Holder trying to chase down Chuck Wooten, and the win going to go to Richard Holder in the left lane, an 8.682 run for Richard Holder at 139.7 miles per hour. Chuck Wooten ran at 9.922 at 130.73 miles per hour. Anthony Vieira coming up in the left-hand lane out of Palm Coast, Florida. He'll be going up against Larry Berger in the right-hand lane out of Jacksonville. A 10.85 dial for Larry and a 10.03 for Anthony. And too early there for Larry, and Anthony Vieira will be credited with the victory. So the win going to Anthony Vieira off of the red light from Larry Berger. Anthony running a 10.912 at 132.8 miles per hour. The right lane, Larry ended up red lighting, still ran at 11.009 at 123.73 miles per hour. Anthony moving on to the next round. You got Tom Motes in the right-hand lane. 11.19 the dial for Tom, and then bike number 999 left-hand lane. Tom Motes going to put in a pass of 11.52. That'll move him to the next round at 118.9 miles per hour. Left lane running a 10.725 at 131.37. But going under the dial time, we both are very close. Here's Scott DeLong in the right-hand lane, dialed with a 9.03. Joe Clemming in the left-hand lane at a 16.59. Joe Clemming won our pro bike class last night. And there goes Scott DeLong, going to try and chase down Joe Clemming. And the win's going to go to Scott DeLong with a 10.309, 77.54 mile per hour pass for Scott DeLong. A 20.171 for Joe Clemming in the left lane at 65.10 miles per hour. All right, so that moves us into the Lakeland Sportsman class. We'll have our Lakeland Sportsman class coming up, followed by the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters coming up. The Junior Dragsters will be in lanes number 8, 2, and 1. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane number 1, and 8. 10 to 12-year-olds in lane number 2, and 13 to 18-year-olds in lane 1. Again, 6 to 9-year-olds should be in lane number 8. Samuel Parrish puts in a time of 8.760 at 148.89 miles per hour as he goes on to the next round. Jeff Berrier in the right lane in the Dodge Charger, going up against Monica Roberts in the Chevy Camaro. Monica out of Ocala, Florida with a 12.51 dial. Jeff with an 11.79 dial in the right-hand lane. Monica with a pretty nice start. See if Monica can hold off Jeff. Now Jeff got to get her at the line, 11.813 for Jeff Berrier, who moves up to the next round, 112.86 miles per hour for Jeff Berrier. It was a 12.579 pass for Monica Roberts. Daniel Salyers in the right-hand lane out of Reddick, Florida, going up against Adam Willis in the left lane. Adam dialed with an 11.23, and Daniel going to have just about a half-second head start on him with an 11.70. Better start for Daniel in the right-hand lane. Can he hang on to it? Adam going to get him. Oh, no, Daniel going to win with an 11.747, 110.67 miles per hour. Beats Adam Willis with the 11.266 at 117.4 miles per hour. Dawson Bass will be in the right-hand lane in the Ford Mustang, going up against Dennis Harsh from Gainesville, Florida. And both of them red light. And the win going to go to Dennis Harsh, but they both red light. 11.866 for Dennis Harsh and 114.73 miles per hour for Dennis. That's a 12.215 pass for Dawson Bass. Clinton Wilson will be in the right-hand lane out of Providence, Florida. He'll be going up against Jacob Richards. And the Ford Mustang, the white Ford Mustang. 11-second dial even for Clint Wilson. They head down the racetrack, Clint versus Jacob, and the winner is going to be Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida. 11.115 at 108.80 miles per hour as Clint Wilson moves to the next round. We got Nico in the right-hand lane in the BMW, going up against a Chevy Camaro in the left-hand lane. Going to be Camaro number 2313 with an 11.64 dial. Nico with the 12.14 in the BMW. Nico with the better start. Can he hang on to it in the right-hand lane? This one might be a little bit closer than one might have thought, but Nico going to have a 12.459 at 98.50 miles per hour. Nico moving on to the next round in the BMW. It was an 11.873 in the left lane at 114.10 miles per hour. Jason Rollins comes up in the right-hand lane. He'll be from High Springs, Florida with an 11.41 dial. Sean Warren will be in the left lane out of Gainesville, Florida with a 12.32 dial. There goes Sean Warren and Jason Rollins down the racetrack. And the win's going to go to Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane out of High Springs, Florida, an 11.431 pass for Jason Rollins, 115.70 miles per hour, as Sean Warren ran 107.52 miles per hour. Mitchell Gunter in the right-hand lane out of Stark, Florida, in the in the Dodge Charger, going up against Chad King from Gainesville, Florida. Chad King in the pickup truck out of Gainesville, Florida. He dialed at 12.05. Mitchell Gunter at 13.58 for his dial. And the Dodge Charger. Mitchell out of Stark, Florida. And here we go. Mitchell's got a red light in the right-hand lane. Chad King going to be credited with this victory. Chad King with the win. We'll see what he runs. A 12.076 for Chad King, who moves on to the next round with a 110.47 mile per hour pass against Mitchell. Chris Courtney Comes up next from Gainesville, Florida, Chris Courtney. Dialed in at a 11.09, going up against Jay Dixon. Dixon out of St. George, Georgia. Dialed in at 16 seconds even with the Lexus. So Lexus with a just about a 5-second head start over Chris Courtney. We'll see if Jake can hold Chris off here. Got a couple of more pairs in the Lakeland Sportsman class, and we'll be right into the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. We'll go from youngest to oldest. So we'll start with lane 8, move our way over to lane number 2, and then go to lane number 1. And the win is going to go to Chris Courtney in the right lane with 11.087 passes, 120.69 miles per hour. Jay Dixon ran a 15.761 at 88.95 miles per hour. Bart Pangalinen comes up in the Chevy Corvette. He'll be in the right lane from Melrose, Florida, going up against Scott DeLeon. Oh, red light for Scott. And Bart Pangalinen will go on to the next round. Tough break for Scott DeLeon. So Bart wins with a 12.481 pass at 109.90 miles per hour. And that'll bring up Tom Courtney against Marcus Cruz in the left-hand lane. Tom Courtney in the right lane out of High Springs, Florida, 11.20 dial. Identical dials for both of these cars. Marcus Cruz in the left lane. Out of McClenny, Florida. Red light for Tom Courtney. The win goes to Marcus Cruz. Marcus Cruz will throw down a pass of 11.264 at 118.43 miles per hour. Gets the win over Tom Courtney after Tom Redland just 11 tenths early. That brings up Larry Urbanek from Jacksonville, Florida, going up against Derek Putnam from Gainesville. Derek Putnam in that 70 Chevy in the left-hand lane, and he's dialed in at 11.09. Larry has a 12.60. In the right-hand lane, Larry's ready to go. Here goes Derek. Oh, Derek's got a red light in the left-hand lane at 004 for Derek Putnam. Tough break for Derek. Larry is going to pick up the victory, and Larry puts down a 12.679 at 105.72 miles per hour. Tough break for Derek Putnam there, just slightly early. But a lot of these guys are going to have buybacks, and they can be purchased at the bottom half of the bottom floor of the tower. So if you do get eliminated in this first round, you do get the buyback opportunity. And come over to the tower, we'll get you your buyback. So that'll take care of the Lakeland Sportsman class first round. We'll have the next round coming up in just a little bit, but now it's time to get to our FB Trailers Junior Dragsters, and we're going to start with the 6 to 9-year-olds in lane number 8. We'll then jump across to lane number 2. The 10 to 12-year-olds will race, and then the 13 to 18-year-olds will race in lane number 1. This is a great way to get into the sport of drag racing. If you're listening to us, no matter where you're at, thanks for tuning in here today. We are live on YouTube and Facebook, and appreciate you guys tuning in to us. It's a beautiful day for drag racing. Racing a little bit of some stuff that's working its way toward the Raceway. But no matter where you will listen to us, whether you're camping out at Daytona this weekend, wherever you're at in Florida or around, I appreciate you guys tuning in to the broadcast here today. We got the first round eliminations for our FB Trailers Junior Dragsters will be coming up, and it will be the 6 to 9-year-olds. So coming up, it's the 6 to 9-year-old class for the Junior Dragsters. The FB Trailers Junior Dragsters will get to work. Blakely Newmans will be Willacoochee of Georgia. A 12.0 dial for Blakely, and then you got Addison Williams in the left lane with a 12.90 dial. 9/10 of a head second start for Addison Williams off of the line. And we'll see what Blakely is able to do here today. Like we'll have 3 races coming up here in our 6 to 9-year-old class for the Junior Dragsters. The FB Trailers Junior Dragsters 10 to 12-year-olds will be coming up in lane number 2 and the 13 to 18 in lane number 1. Our first race of the day for the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. And we're ready to go. It's Blakely versus Addison. There goes Addison. And Blakely follows suit. Can Blakely run down Addison? Pretty good race so far. Addison has something for Blakely here. And Addison with the win. So Addison moves to the next round. Addison with the win with a 12.930, 45.68 pass for Addison Williams. And she moves to the next round. That brings up Hudson Matz from Gainesville, Florida. Hudson with an 11.92 dial, and Madison Wooten from Douglas, Georgia will be in the left-hand lane. Hudson Matz, a favorite here at Gainesville Raceway. And going to put in some work this morning, nearly identical dial times for both of these drivers. Madison will be in that left-hand lane. And Madison coming down from Douglas, Georgia. Racing here today at Gainesville Raceway. We'll see what Madison has for Hudson. Oh, Hudson with the red light. Madison got to get the victory. Oh, tough break for Hudson Matz with the red light. And Madison Wooten wins with a time of 11.790 at 52.26 miles per hour as Madison Wooten gets the victory over Hudson Matz. That brings up our final pair in the 6 to 9-year-old class. Brindley Holloway from Inverness, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. She's going to be going up against Trenton Tyndall from Freeport, Florida. Trenton with an 11.90 dial, Brindley with an 11.90, so identical dial times on both of these machines. And they're ready to go. Left lane with the better reaction time. Can Trenton hold on to it? Here comes Brindley. Trenton against Brindley. Oh, it's super close at the 330, and the win going to Trenton Tyndall in the left-hand lane with a 12.039, 50.55 miles per hour for Trenton Tyndall. Gets the win over Brindley Holloway from Inverness, Florida, but it was pretty close. That was a tight battle between both of those drivers. Great battle. Scarlett Hicks comes up. This is our first in the 10 to 12-year-old class. This will be lane number 2, and then we'll have lane number 1 coming up in the 13 to 18-year-olds. a pretty good race so far. It's Scarlett versus Sean, and the winner going to be Scarlett Hicks in the right-hand lane at a 9.224 at 71.59 miles per hour for Scarlett Hicks. Sean Daniel ran a 9.066 at 70.83 miles per hour. Peyton Duffett in the right-hand lane against Landon Siegel. Peyton Duffett out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, going up against Landon Siegel from Riverview, Florida. Peyton Duffett with the early advantage. Can Landon Siegel run Peyton down? And Peyton hangs on to it. 8.959 pass at 69.92 miles per hour. Megan Wooten from Douglas, Georgia is in the right-hand lane going up against Johnny Moxley from Keystone Heights, Florida, who's in the left lane. We're working through our 10 to 12-year-old class right now in our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Oh, great start for Morgan. Can she hang on to it? Yes, she can. 8.994 for Morgan Wooten. 68.28 miles per hour. Johnny Moxley ran an 8.896 at 72.84 miles per hour. Brings up Skylar Carpenter in the left lane out of St. Pete, Florida. Gets Blake Jones from Orange Park, Florida, who will be in the right lane at a 9.06 dial. Skylar with a 9.12. Two more pairs to run after this. Or just one more pair to run in a solo run. So Blake Jones in the right lane from Orange Park, Florida against Skylar Carpenter from St. Petersburg. Skylar's in first, inching his way in is Blake Jones, and here we go. Oh, red light from Skylar Carpenter, and Blake Jones will grab the victory. A little early there for Skylar Carpenter. Blake Jones going to put down a lap of 8.999, just under 9 seconds at 75.56 miles per hour. That's the fastest trip down the racetrack today for a junior dragster. Blake Jones has it. Moves on to the next round. Wyatt Hicks will be in the right lane against Jackson Collins. Jackson Collins will be in the left lane with a dial of 10.09. Wyatt Hicks with a 9.32 dial. Jackson Collins getting ready to go up against Wyatt Hicks. See what Jackson has for Wyatt here today. Off goes Jackson and Wyatt. Jackson with a little bit better of a start to Wyatt running down. It's pretty good through the 330s so far. Wyatt take it off. But Jackson going to get him. Jackson going to get it at 10.096. That's 66.12. And then Wyatt ran a 9.294 at 70.26. But Jackson Gonna grab the win. After this, we're going to do a little bit of track prep after the junior dragsters. So we'll be down for a couple of minutes after the junior dragsters go here. We'll get the track worked in, and then we'll get to our next round of eliminations. Again, we do offer the first round buyback. If you're eliminated in the first round, come get that at the base of the tower, get back in. And then the eliminations will begin for today. Going forward, appreciate you guys coming up to Gainesville Raceway. Trying to make this go as smoothly as possible here today and get through all of our action here. Last in the 10 to 12 category, this is Kylie Montney from Venice, Florida with an 8.94 dial. Moving on to our 13 to 18-year-olds after Kylie goes. And Kylie, pretty good start there. Go through the 33.30 and going to put in a lap of 8.957. Pretty good pass there for Kylie. 72.64 miles per hour. Kylie getting that machine dialed in for later on today. All right, so that brings up our final group in the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. We have the 13 to 18-year-olds coming up. This is Brooklyn Collins in the left-hand lane out of Keystone Heights, Florida. Brooklyn going up against Molly Benger in the right-hand lane out of Palmetto, Florida. Molly with a 7.94 dial. Going up against Brooklyn Collins with an 8.08 dial. And the winner is going to be Molly Baker in the right-hand lane with a 7.964 pass at 82.50 miles per hour for Molly. She moves on to the next round. Lincoln McMaster coming up here in the right-hand lane from De Leon Springs, Florida. 7.95 dial for Lincoln. They'll be going up against Weston Daniel. Weston from Lake Butler, Florida with an 8.10 dial. And you're watching the 2026 Scorpion Racing ET Bracket Series here at Gainesville Raceway. Appreciate you tuning in. I'm Kyle Coppola, the PA announcer. Having a lot of fun here at Gainesville Raceway so far today. We've got a lot of great close racing action out on the track today. Lincoln McMaster here in the 13 to 18-year-old class. Going up against Weston Daniel. And Lincoln a little bit too early there. He jumps the gun. Weston Daniel in the left lane going to be credited with the win. A 7.950 pass for Weston Daniel at 81.82 miles per hour. Weston out of Lake Butler, Florida grabs the victory. Tanner Montney in the right-hand lane from Venice, Florida. A 7.90 dial for Tanner. He'll be going up against Cohen Bakerfield from Warrior, Alabama. Cohen dialed in with an 8.01. Tanner with a 7.90. And Tanner out of Venice, Florida. Working our way through the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters 13 to 18 class. After we work our way through this class, we'll be down for a couple of minutes for track maintenance. And then it'll be the Class Pro Class, the Jeans Class Pro Class, for the next round of eliminations. Red light for Cohen Bakerfield in the left-hand lane. Tanner Montney is going to be credited with the victory. Tanner Montney going to put down a 7.925 pass at 81.61 miles per hour for Tanner Montney from Venice, Florida, who grabs the victory and moves to the next round. You have Briella Browning coming up from Wesley Chapel, Florida, going against Kate Holloway. A couple more pairs here in the 13 to 18-year-old class for the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. versus Briella Brown. Caden Holloway. Taking their time to get into the block. Here they go. It's a close one so far. Oh, this is going to be very close. But Briella Brown is going to pull up the win with a 7.931, 76.87 pass. How about Briella Brown moving to the next round? Gets the best of Caden Holloway. Caden still ran a 7.882, good run for him. 79.89 miles per hour for Caden. That brings up Elizabeth Boyett in the right-hand lane from Cortez, Florida. Identical dials of 7.90 for both of these machines against Junior Dragster 214G in the left lane. Two more pairs to come after this, and then we'll do some track maintenance before the next round of eliminations in the Scorpion Racing ET Bracket Series. And the win goes to left lane at 7.936, 80.7 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Gets the win over Elizabeth Boyett. Sierra Height in the left lane out of Keystone, Florida. 7.90 dial for both of these machines. Carson Orfrey from Ellenton, Florida is going to be in the right lane. We got one more pair in a solo run here to end out round number one. Red light for Sierra Height. Carson Orfrey is going to be credited with the win. 7.933 pass for Carson Orfrey out of Ellenton, Florida. 81.36 miles per hour for Carson. Sierra ran a 7.863, but red light 11 tenths early. That brings up Grayson Edelman from Land Lakes, Florida. He'll be going up against Aaron Kennedy. Aaron from Middleburg, Florida. Grayson Edelman dialed with an 8.29, going up against Aaron Kennedy with a 7.91 dial. Going to be Grayson Edelman in the right-hand lane at 8.2323 at 77.4 miles per hour. You got the left lane Aaron Kennedy at 7.923 at 78.56 miles per hour. Again, Grayson Edelman in the right-hand lane from Land Lakes, Florida takes the win. Brings up our final round one competitor. It'll be Everly Siegel from Riverview, Florida. Riverview, Florida, 7.92 dial for Everly. And again, we'll do some track maintenance after this next run before we get to the first round of eliminations once again out of the Jeans Glass Pro Class. We're going to be down for a couple of minutes, and we'll let you guys know when you can start headed over here. Now, this is Everly Siegel on the track right now from Riverview, Florida. start for Everly. She thunders her way down the racetrack. And we'll put in a time of 7.966 at 81.21 miles per hour for Everly Siegel. That'll do it for the first round eliminations. Again, if you want your buyback, you should have already done that down at the tower. You can certainly do that to get back into the first round eliminations. And we're going to do a little bit of action of track prep here, and then we'll get to first round action here in just a minute. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Jeans Glass Pro Class, you can start working your way over to lanes number 3 and 4 with overflow in 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Jeans Glass Pro Class, you can start working your way over to lanes number 3 and 4 with overflow to 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. We are still working on the track, so we're a couple of minutes away from the eliminations of the second round for the Jeans Glass Pro Class, but if you do want to start working your way over to the stage lanes for second round eliminations, you can feel free to do so. Got a little bit more track prep to do, and we will be right into second round eliminations here at Gainesville Raceway. And we are working through our track prep here at Gainesville Raceway, just a little bit more track prep to do. And we'll be right into second round eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Again, if you're in the Jeans Glass Pro Class, you can start working your way over to lanes number 3 and 4 with overflow to 5 and 6 for second round eliminations, which are coming up here very shortly.
Yeah, for some reason that camera bumped back, I guess, as I was down there racing. So I'm going to zoom back in for y'all. Sorry about that, and try to lock it back in place. I don't know why it did that. There we go. Let's see if it'll lock and stay. Sorry about that.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information. With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Paint Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like Cargo Mate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle. If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like Cargo Mate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, It's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
All right, we're just about ready to go for the team's last pro class. All right, it's time for round two. In the Jeans Class Pro Class, Andy Lindsay will be in the left-hand lane in the patriotic Ford Mustang, going up against Mike Mockney in the right-hand lane. Mockney out of Venice, Florida, and Andy Lindsay out of Alachua. All right, second round, eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Super Pro ET bike class to lane number 7. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Super Pro ET bike class to lane number 7 for second round eliminations. We're going to Andy Lindsay in the left-hand lane. Andy Lindsay out of Alachua, Florida. Moving on to the next lane round. And that's going to bring up John Siegel in the left-hand lane out of Riverview, Florida. Going up against Roland Alfred Corky from Len St. Mary in the right-hand lane. Here we go, Roland Corky in the right lane, John Siegel in the left. Left lane, John Siegel with a 5.706 at 117.38 miles per hour for John Siegel. Austin Logan in the left lane out of Port Charlotte, Florida, dialed with a 5.80, going up against Jeremy Davis in the right lane out of Palm Coast, Florida, at a 5.67 dial. On the motorcycle is Jeremy Davis. It's second round elimination to the Jeans Glass Pro class. Wheel stand out, Austin Logan, can he hold it? Oh, red light from Jeremy Davis, so Austin Logan's going to be moving on to the third round. A 5.790 pass for Austin Logan with 116.38 miles per hour for Austin Logan. Jeremy Davis with the red light, and Austin Logan eliminates Jeremy Davis. Curtis Peak coming up against Michael Carpenter. Michael Carpenter will be in the left-hand lane from St. Petersburg, Florida. He'll be going up against Curtis Peak from Quitman, Georgia. In the right-hand lane, two trucks going up at it. 6.46 dial for Curtis Peak in the right-hand lane, and then in the left-hand lane for Michael Carpenter, you're going to have a 6.46 dial, so nearly identical dial times here. We'll see what Curtis and Michael can do, as this is second round eliminations. Again, after our Jeans Glass Pro class, we're going to move right into the Super Pro ET Bike class. If you're part of the Super Pro ET Bike class, you want to start to work your way over to lane number 7, as you are going to be up next for second round eliminations. Here's Curtis Peak in the right lane, Michael Carpenter in the left. Those are going to be round 2. Slight edge to Michael Carpenter, but he red lights Curtis Peak going to the next round at a 6.435, 104.62 miles per hour for Curtis Peak, who moves his way into the third round and eliminates Michael Carpenter. Travis Marchand coming up in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against pickup truck number 2051, down at a 6.46. Travis Marchand with a 5.87, and Travis Haley out of Keystone Heights, Florida. They're both ready to go. Oh, Travis going to get eliminated with a red light. Oh, tough break for Travis Marchand, as the truck on the left is going to win with a 6.50, 407.42 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Clint Wilson coming up in the right lane out of Providence, Florida with a 6.85 dial. Going up against, he's a run from Inverness, Florida in the left-hand lane. Lee with a 6.40 dial. Clint going to get a little bit of a head start here from Providence. Let's see what Clint's able to do against Lee. So Clint against Lee. Clint in that right-hand lane. Very similar way they took off. We'll see who can get that track. Clint Wilson picks up the victory. He'll move on to the third round with a 6.877 pass at 97.82 miles per hour. Eliminates Lee at 102.63 and moves to the third round. Andy Pugh from Middleburg, Florida will be in the right-hand lane at a 6.51 dial, going up against John Dwayne from Jacksonville, Florida at a 6.44 dial. Two trucks going at it, and they've been super quick so far today. See what Andy can do. Andy and John Wayne. They both red light. And so, with both of them red lighting, left lane picks up the win with a 6.470 at 105.95 miles per hour. Manual against Frank Nearest the third. Who's going to make it to the third round is Jordan Manuel from High Springs, Florida. makes it to the third round with a 7.762 pass at 85.62 miles per hour and eliminates Frank Medeiros the third. And that's going to bring up James Turner in the right-hand lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, against Bart Pangolinin from Melrose, Florida. Bart with a 6.58 dial, and James Turner with a 7.03. Yeah, if you were part of the Super Pro ET bike class, you want to work your way over to lane number 7 as you're going to be up next. Right lane going to get the win, James Turner, credited with the win from Keystone Heights, Florida. That's a 96.50 pass at 7.54. Chris Duffett, coming up from Wesley Chapel, Florida, will be up next. Identical dial times for both of these machines at 6.54. Our VP Racing Fuel Station is going to be closing in 10 minutes. If you need any more VP Racing Fuel, our fuel station is closing in 10 minutes. Chris Duffett and Travis Britt going against each other. Oh, tough break for Travis Britt. He's got a red light just a little bit early. Christopher Duffett is going to go through to the next round. Chris Duffett putting in a 6.515 at 104.4 14 miles per hour and eliminates Travis Britt. Chris Duffett moving on to the third round. Russ Morris coming up in the right-hand lane, going up against John Rollins in the left. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The FB Trailer Super Pro class, please come to lanes number 1 and 2. Again, please come to lanes number 1 and 2 for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Overflow is going to be in 3 and 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Please come to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations for the FB Trailer Super Pro class 1 and 2. And overflow in 3 and 4. Still under power here, and we'll get this car off the track before the next pair goes off. It'll be Reed Ferrara from Jacksonville, Florida, going up against car number 219P in the right-hand lane of the Chevy Corvette. In the right-hand lane. Reed in the left-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida with a 7.09 dial, 6.50 on the right for the Chevy Corvette. And the Chevy Corvette's got a red light by 001. Oh man, that's a tough right in the right-hand lane. But Reed going to go through the next round with a 7.121 at 96.62 miles per hour. We've run from Reed Ferrara, moves into round number 3. Daniel Salyers from Reddick, Florida, right-hand lane, going up against Mike Gaffney from Wildwood, Florida. Mike Gaffney with a 7.08 dial. And Daniel Salyers with a 7.40 dial in the right-hand lane. And Mike Gaffney is going to red light. Daniel Salyers is moving to the third round. A 7.461 pass for Daniel Salyers at 90.40 miles per hour as Daniel Salyers eliminates Mike Gaffney and moves to round number 3. Again, calling the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes number 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. Adam Willis will be in the left-hand lane going up against Caleb Tully Tully in the Ford Mustang. Adam Willis from Astatula, Florida. And a win going to Adam Willis with a 7.325 pass at 85.10 miles per hour. The right-hand lane ran a 7.875 at 83.43 miles per hour. Dawson Bass will be in the Ford Mustang in the right-hand lane going up against Ken Grant from Georgia. A 6.25 dial for Ken Grant and 7.10 for Dawson Bass out of Jacksonville, Florida. And coming up next, it's the Super Pro ET bike class. You should be in lane number 7 as you are on deck, and you should be starting to get ready as we are coming to the final couple round 2 in the Jeans Pro Class cars. Take it to the track. It's Ken Grant against Dawson Bass. Dawson Bass going to move to round number 3 with a 7.123, 95.67 pass for Dawson Bass. Eliminated Ken Grant. Mike French coming up from Ocala, Florida with a 6.17 dial. Going to be going up against Kenny Bevins from Tallahassee at a 6.28. Where moves on to round number 3. Mike French against Kenny Bevins. Kenny Bevins against Mike French. And French in that right-hand lane in the station wagon against Kenny Bevins and both of them headed down the racetrack. Well, we got Kenny Bevins with the win, 6.295 for Kenny. Moves on to round number 3 with a 103.95 pass and eliminating Mike French. Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane from High Springs, Florida with a 7.23 dial. Going up against D with a 6.56 dial from St. John's, Florida, from D Light. And working our way through second round of eliminations for the Jeans class, Pro Class, if you're just joining us. And Jason Rollins hanging on to this. Here comes D. And Jason Rollins does it. 7.246 for Jason Rollins. Moves on to round number 3 at 89.46 miles per hour for Jason Rollins. Tom Courtney comes up in the right-hand lane in Trans Am out of High Springs, Florida. It's a 7.14 dial for Tom Courtney. Identical dial time for Marcus Cruz with a 7.14 as well. Once again, call in cars, the FB Trailer Super Pro Class to lanes number 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. Overflow is going to be in lanes number 3 and 4. And down the track, it's going to be Marcus Cruz with the win. A 7.207 pass at 80.8 miles per hour for Marcus Cruz, who moves to round 3. Curtis Lease coming up in the left-hand lane, going up against Lee Hauser from Ponte Vedra, Florida. A 7.28 dial for Lee, and then Chris with a 7.12. Winner goes to round number 3. Chris out of Stark, Florida. And Lee having to steer it just a little bit there, but gets the win. 7.356 for Lee Hauser, 88.58 miles per hour for Lee. Chris ran a 7.284 at 95.02. Lee moving on to round number 3. Ernie Renfro coming up here in the right-hand lane out of Middleburg, Florida with a 6.66 dial. Phil Green will be from Ocala, Florida with a 6.04 dial. Again, getting through the final couple of round 2 action here in the Jeans Class Pro Class. We'll also have a rerun coming up here between the Mustangs. Phil Green against Ernie Renfro. Big wheel stand out, Phil Green. Chasing down Ernie. And is Phil going to get him? And he does. A 6.049 for Phil. Phil Green moved to round number 3 with a 107.60 pass, eliminating Ernie Renfro. Chelsea Tyndall going to be in the right-hand lane from Freeport, Florida with a 6.03 dial going up against Roy Hacker Jr. from Northville, Michigan. 6.82 dial for Roy Hacker Jr., who's going to be in the left-hand lane against a 6.03 for Chelsea Tyndall. Yeah, this is the final couple of cars coming up here in the Jeans Class Pro Class. Jeans Class Pro Class, always a competitive group here at Gainesville Raceway. It's Chelsea Tyndall against Roy Hacker Jr. There goes Roy and Chelsea trying to run Roy down. At the line, it's Roy Hacker Jr. 6.859 for Roy Hacker Jr. at 98.98 miles per hour. Chelsea ran a 6.067 at 110.75 as Roy Hacker Jr. moving on to round number 3. Leah Tadaro from Gainesville, Florida in the left-hand lane. A 7.58 dial for Leah. Tony Gambardella in the right-hand lane out of Memphis, Florida with a 6.04 dial. Should be a nice competitive matchup between the two. Tony with the better start. Trying to run down Leah, and he will. Tony Gambardella eliminating Leah Tadaro with a 6.05, 204.48 pass for Tony Gambardella, who moves into round number 3. Keith Collins will come up in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Paul Allen. Paul Allen out of Middleburg, Florida with a 6.68 dial will be going up against Keith Collins in the right lane again. Keith with a 6.45 dial. Yeah, at the conclusion, we'll also have some reruns coming up here for the Jeans Class Pro Class. As Kenny Bevins in the left-hand lane going up against Keith Collins. Keith Collins with a 6.45 dial, Kenny with a 6.28. Trying to make it to round number 3. Who's it going to be? Oh, tough break for Kenny. Something happened at the line, and Kenny immediately opens the door. Keith Collins going to round number 3. Something amiss on the Kenny Bevins machine. He shut it down immediately. Tough break for Kenny. He was doing so good all weekend long with that machine. It was really doing a great job here all weekend at Gainesville. Tough break for Kenny. But give a hand for Kenny. What a weekend he's had. And put on a good show here at Gainesville Raceway. As we'll have one more bye coming up. It's going to be Paul Allen with the bye. And then we'll get back to our reruns here as well before we make it to our Super Pro ET bike class. We'll work through there and then on to the FB Trailer Super Pro class. So I'll push the Kenny Bevins machine off the line. is making an inspection of the left lane. And so that'll be bring up our bye in our Jeans Class Pro Class. It'll be Paul Allen. Paul Allen out of Middleburg, Florida. And car number P202. A 6.68 dial for Paul Allen. As he brings that machine up to the start line. And following this, we get a couple of reruns here that we're going to be doing in the Jeans Class Pro Class, and then right into the Super Pro ET Bike Class. Our second round eliminations. Paul Allen pulling up, and we'll see what Paul is able to do in that orange racing machine. Now the track goes at 6.710 at 100.76 miles per hour for Paul Allen. That brings up our rerun from earlier. Andy Lindsay going up against Mike Mopney from Venice, Florida. Mike with a 6.18 dial and Andy Lindsay with a 6.84. The winner going to round number 3. The loser eliminated here at Gainesville Raceway. Here we go. It's Mike Mopney versus Andy Lindsay in the rerun. And Andy Lindsay going to get him with a 6.84, 199.02 for Andy Lindsay. Moving on to the next round and eliminating Mike Mopney from the competition. We're just going to drag the start line here, do a quick maintenance session on the racetrack, and then we will get right into the Super Pro ET Bike Class. So here come the Super Pro ET Bike Class. It's Joe Clemmy in the left-hand lane going up against Roy Hagdor. With a 5.65 dial, Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa with a 5.67. Winner going to round number 3. Oh, look out, Roy getting a little close to the center line, but he's going to pull it off with a 5.65, 211.23 pass for Roy Hagdor, who moves on to round number 3 and eliminates Joe Clemmy from the competition. You got Jeff Tinsdale coming up from Reddick, Florida with a 5.61 dial, Santi Rodriguez Jr. in the right-hand lane on the X200. 5.52 dial for Santi. And then Jeff with the 5.61. We'll see who's moving on to round number 3 here. Again. This is going to be a red light for Jeff Tisdale, and Santi Rodriguez Jr. is moving on to the next round with a 5.49, 822.54 pass for Santi Rodriguez Jr., who moves into the 3rd round. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. will be in the right lane. His dial is 5.80 from Citra, Florida. Dwayne Leachman will be in the left lane from Wildwood, Florida with a 5.62 dial. see who's going to be moving into round number 3. It's going to be Dwayne or Dwayne. Well, one Dwayne's moving on. It's going to be Smith Jr. or Lee Smith. And then down the track, tight race, won by Dwayne Lee Smith. 5.626 at 118.41 miles per hour. 5.980 for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. and 118.75. Scott DeLong coming up in the right-hand lane. Central Florida is where Scott DeLong hails out his 5.65 dial. In the right-hand lane for Scott, Samuel Parrish will be the driver in the left-hand lane out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, with a 5.56 dial on bike number 227X. And so here we go to get to round number 3. Is it Scott DeLong in the right lane or Samuel Parrish in the left? Samuel Parrish going to pull it off. A 5.685, 111.39 pass for Samuel Parrish. And the man out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, moves into round number 3. Jeremy Fireball Davis will be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Larry Berger in the left-hand lane. Larry out of Jacksonville, Florida, with a 6.75 dial. Jeremy Fireball Roberts is going to have a 5.65 dial out of Palm Coast, Florida. So again, after the Super Pro ET bike class, we get the FB Trailers Super Pro class coming up. We're going to be in lanes number 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 for overflow. Once again, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 for overflow. Oh, Larry's got a red light. Jeremy Fireball Davis going to be moving on into round number 3 after the red light from Larry Berger. Fireball puts in a 5.698 at 125.49 miles per hour to move into round number 3 for Jeremy Fireball Davis. That brings up Anthony Vieira in the left lane from Palm Coast, Florida, with a 7.22 dial in the left-hand lane, going up against bike number 999 with a 6.95. Oh, look out, hanging on to it is Anthony Vieira. And the right lane is going to win this race, a 7.073 at 106.78 miles per hour. We'll move into round number 3. We're going to do some quick track maintenance. And right after that, we're going to get right into the FB Trailers Super Pro class in lanes number 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Got one more to run, and this is going to be Vance Howdy-Shell at the line. We'll get him his bye there. Down the track as Vance is on the start line from Vero Beach, Florida. Yeah, we love the gold jacket that Vance is wearing up here. Looking real nice down there, Vance. If anything else, 7.53 dial for Vance out of Vero Beach, Florida. Vance headed down the racetrack. It's going to be a 7.532 pass for Vance at 94.14 miles per hour as Vance moves to round number 3. We're going to take a short intermission here. And coming up next is the FB Trailers Super Pro class. And that will be our next class on the racetrack. We'll get to them in just a little bit. Again, thanks for coming out to Gainesville Raceway as we continue through the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Coming up next, we have the FB Trailer Super Pro class in just a moment.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at BigStuff3EFI.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
try to get into round number 3. Dan Dobson wants to get into round number 3 as well. What a pairing to start off round number 2 with here in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Should be a good one. Dan Dobson in the left-hand lane, James Hicks Jr. in the right. We're moving on to the third round of eliminations at Gainesville Raceway. And here we go. Starting off the second round in the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Pretty good start for James Hicks Jr. But Dan Dobson gets him with a 6.427 at 102.34 miles per hour. James Hicks Jr. ran a 4.648 at 149.20. Dan Dobson moving on to the next round. Robert Carlson comes up from St. Augustine, Florida, in the right-hand lane with a 5.19 dial from Robert Carlson, going up against Stephen Young and the Space Coast Auto Glass Machine out of St. Augustine, Florida. A 7.18 dial for Stephen Young. Stephen Young trying to get to the next round of the FB Trailer Super Pro class. He'll have to do and get through Robert Carlson to do so. It's a good start for Stephen Young, but an even better one for Robert Carlson. Here comes Robert Carlson, but Stephen Young hangs on to it. A 7.266 pass for Stephen Young at 84.65 miles per hour will win it for Stephen Young over Robert Carlson. Gene Spaziani will be in the right lane from Lake City, Florida with a 6.09 dial. He'll be going up against Travis Logan in the left-hand lane with a 5.68. Spaziani in the orange roadster in the right-hand lane. Travis Logan looking to get to the third round. And they're both ready to go. Travis Logan with the win with a 5.673, 118.8 miles per hour, sends Travis Logan to the third round eliminations and eliminates Gene Spaziani. That brings up Dan in the right-hand lane from Cincinnati, Ohio. A 5.64 dial on that machine. The left-hand lane, Glenn Newmans from Alachua, Florida, with a 5.59 dial. Red light for Dan in the right-hand lane, hands the win to Glenn Newmans, who's on to the third round. Glenn puts down a 5.584 pass at 121.85 miles per hour as Glenn Newmans moves on to the third round. Kevin Powers from St. Mary's, Florida, will be in the Dragster in the right-hand lane. He dialed in at 5.01. Austin Logan in the Camaro will be in the left-hand lane. He dialed with a 5.80. Austin Logan has been super quick this weekend. Can he move his way into the third round? Kevin Powers would like to do the same in that Dragster. Here we go. Big wheel stand out of Austin Logan, and there goes Kevin Powers trying to run Austin Logan down at the line. It's Austin Logan with a 5.831 pass at 108.48 miles per hour. Austin Logan moving into the third round. Boy, he has put in the work today. He's going to be tough to beat as the competition moves along. Brian Jones coming up in the right-hand lane from Orange Park, Florida. A 4.49 dial for Brian Jones will be going up against Michael Carpenter with a 4.75 dial. St. Petersburg, Florida is where Michael Carpenter calls home. He comes over to Gainesville Raceway today. He's in the second round, looking to get to the third round. To do so, he'll have to go through Brian Jones. Jones out of Orange Park, Florida. Who's going through to round number 3? Will it be Michael Carpenter in that left-hand lane? Will it be Brian Jones? Working their way in. And working our way through the FB Trailer Super Pro Class. Here we go. Good start from Michael Carpenter. Can he hold off Brian Jones? No, he can't. Brian Jones is going to get him 4.503 at 143.95 miles per hour. Michael Carpenter put up a 4.731 at 133.72. Jenny Urnall from St. Petersburg, Florida will be in the left-hand lane at a 6.33 dial in truck number 137Y. David Harris in right-hand lane with a 4.88 dial. And that's Dragster. So again, David Harris gets Jenny Urnall. Working our way through the second round here at Gainesville Raceway as part of the FB Trailers Super Pro Class. Jenna had to do a little bit of steering, but she's able to pull off the win. A 6.338 pass at 106.99 miles per hour for Jenna Urnall. Eliminates David Harris. Randy Banger coming up in the right-hand lane. He'll be out of Palmetto, Florida. Going to be going up against Jim Barbara from Trenton, Florida. Jim put in a 6.51 dial, and Randy has a 4.95. The other winner going to the third round eliminations. Randy Banger in the right-hand lane going up against Jim. Jim from Trenton, Florida, who moves on to round number 3. It's Randy and Jim. Jim with a little wheel spin. Oh, and he red lights at 001. Tough break for Jim. Randy Banger moving through to the next round with a 4.938 pass at 138.90 miles per hour. It was just that early for Jim as Randy moves through to round number 3. Mike Matreeson will be in the right-hand lane out of Brooksville, Florida. A 6.49 dial for him in the right-hand lane, going up against Victor Adams in the left lane from Gainesville, Florida. Victor with that 6.56 dial. Victor Adams trying to hold off Mike Matreeson. Here comes Mike in. Victor Adams with the win, 6.723 at 102.17 miles per hour, and eliminates Mike Matreeson. Victor Adams moving on to round number 3. Dave Damrest from Fort McCoy with a 4.71 dial in the Dragster will be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Alden Rollins, from High Springs, Florida. He's going to have a 5.77 dial in that left-hand lane. working our way through the FB Trailer Super Pro class, halfway through second round eliminations. Trying to make it to the third round. You've got Dave Dameris to the right lane. You've got Alden Rollins in the left lane. Oh, Dan! And Dave, red lights in the right-hand lane. Tough break for Dave Dameris, as Alden Rollins is going to go through to round number 3. 5.830 for Alden Rollins, 117.30 miles per hour, and eliminates Dave Dameris. Bobby Trudell in the right-hand lane going up against Keith Collins. Bobby Trudell from Fort White, Florida. Keith Collins in the left-hand lane. Luke Ollie comes up in the right-hand lane out of Fort White, Florida. He'll have a 5.64 dial going up against John Rollins in the left-hand lane. John with a 6 even. See what Luke can do here. Luke's been awfully strong this weekend. So is John Rollins. John's been pretty tough to beat. Good race going on here. And John Rollins going to get him with a 6.00, 209.97 miles per hour, and he eliminates Luke Gottlieb from the competition. John Rollins moving on to round number 3. Kelly Hicks comes up in the right-hand lane from Elkton, Florida. He'll be going up against Roy Hagdor from Venice, Florida. 6.26 dial for Roy in the left lane. Kelly dialing in at 4.56 from Elkton, Florida, as we continue to work our way through second round eliminations of the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Coming up. And Roy hold off Kelly. No, Kelly Hicks going to get him with a 4.564, 149.17 miles per hour as Kelly Hicks goes through to round number 3. Troy Volker going up against Ken Grant. This should be a fun one. Troy Volker from Ocala, Florida with a 6.96 dial. Ken Grant with a 6.23. See who's going to go through to round number 3 out of Troy versus Ken. Ken has been pretty strong so far today. We'll see if he can hold off Troy Volker. Just as equally like to make it into round number 3. Taking their time getting in here. And now Troy takes off. Oh, Troy's got a red light with a 006. Ken Grant going through to round number 3 with a 6.556, 89.26 pass for Ken Grant, who goes through to round number 3, eliminating Troy Volker. Joe Pinkston in the right-hand lane from Williston, Florida. 7.02 dial for Joe. Dan Dobson will be in the left lane in car number X2335. Dan Dobson dialed with a 6.41, so you get a 7.02, you get a 6.41. So nearly a half-second head start for Joe Pinkston. We'll see if he can hang on to this and move into round number 3 against Dan Dobson, who would also like to move into that third round. Working our way through second round qualifications. If you're just joining second round eliminations of the FB Trailer Super Pro class, if you're just joining us, there's been a wheel spin there. Not really sure what happened to Joe Pinkston, but he's going to have to just shut that one down. Dan Dobson moving through to the next round. A 6.705 pass for Dan Dobson at 84.80 miles per hour. Joe Pinkston gets eliminated, and Dan Dobson goes to the next round. Buddy Goldsby will be in the right-hand lane in that pickup truck with a 6.43 dial out of High Springs, Florida, against Brian Radley from Bellevue, Florida, with a 6.56 dial in that Chevy Camaro. Down the track they go. He makes it into round number 3. It's going to be Buddy Goolsby in the right lane from High Springs, Florida. 6.446 pass. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street cars. 2 lanes number 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. Again, attention in the pits. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes number 1 and 2. For your second round eliminations. Also calling over the Pro Bike class to lane number 7 for second round eliminations. Calling the Pro Bike class to lane number 7. If you're part of Pro Bike, make sure to work your way over to lane number 7. This is Mike Ming from Green Cove Springs, Florida, going up against Christopher Duffin, and Mike going to pull it off in the left lane with a 6.71200 mile per hour pass as Mike Ming moves into round number 3 and eliminates Christopher Duffin. Grayson White coming up here in the right-hand lane with a 4.98 dial. In the Dragster going up against Paul Ferreira from Jacksonville, Florida. Paul with a 6.48 dial, and he'll be going up against Grayson White. So we'll see which one of these guys is going to end up in the third round. Is it going to be Grayson White in that right lane, or is it going to be Paul Ferreira? Get Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street. Come to lanes number 1 and 2 for your next round of eliminations. Calling all the Pro Bike class to lane number 7 for second round eliminations. So after this class, we're actually going to be running the Pro Bike class next against Junior Street. Paul Ferreira moves on to the next round with a 6.480 pass at 104.54 miles per hour. That brings up Wayne Schmidt Jr. and Tony Gambardella from Mims, Florida, with a 6.04 dial in the pickup truck. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. on the bike from Citra, Florida, with a 5.80 dial. Again, all Pro Bike class, you are coming up next. Tony Gambardella moves on to round number 3 with a 6.058, 101.71 pass from Tony Gambardella. Eliminates Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from the competition. And then we got Brandon George and Dave Hicks. Brandon George in the right-hand lane going up against Dave Hicks from St. Augustine, Florida, who goes through to round number 3. Tight battle down the racetrack, and Brandon George going to get him In the right lane, 6.147 for Brandon George. Moving on to round number 3 with 108.52 mile per hour pass and eliminates Dave Hicks. Brings up our rerun here. Car number 2080 in the left-hand lane going up against Roland Alfred Corky. Final run of the FB Trailers Super Pro Class. Second round. We'll then move our way on to the Pro Bike Class. Final round of the FB Trailer Super Pro Class. Roland Corky in the right lane against car number 2080. There goes Corky, there goes 2080. Winner goes to round number 3. Who pulls this one off? And Roland Alfred Corky going on to round number 3, a 6.974 for Roland Alfred Corky at 95.85 miles per hour. And that'll bring up the Pro Bike Class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes number 5 and 6. Again, the Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes number 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. The Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Scott DeLong again, Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida. Scott DeLong from Central Florida. Oh, Dwayne Leachman with the red light. And Scott DeLong is going to be moving on to round number 3. Scott DeLong puts in a 9.317 pass at 136.91 miles per hour, moving into round number 3. That brings up Chuck Wooten from Reddick, Florida. In the right-hand lane, he'll be going up against Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa. Again, attention in the pits. The Lakeland Sportsman class, you can start to work your way over to lanes number 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. Now we got back to our bikes. We'll have the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class, and then we'll move right into the Lakeland Sportsman class. And capturing the win is Joe Clemmy with a 20.092 at 60.61 miles per hour. How about Joe Clemmy out there making it happen? Gets the win over Chuck Wooten with a 20.092. All right. Samuel Parrish going to be in the right-hand lane from Green Cove Springs, Florida. And Vince Honeyshell from Vero Beach, Florida in the left-hand lane. And working through our Pro Bike class. Coming up next is the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street, calling all Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. Oh, Vince, hold on to it. Here comes Samuel Parrish. Who gets it at the line? It's going to be Samuel Parrish in the right-hand lane at an 8.805, 145.16 mile per hour pass for Samuel Parrish, eliminating Vance Honeyshell from the competition here today. Moving to round number 3 is Samuel Parrish. Anthony Vieira from Palm Coast, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Larry Berger in the left-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. Got one more pair and then a solo run as well. You get 5 coming up here in the round number 2. Red light for Anthony Vieira. Larry Berger is going to move on to the next round. And Larry's going to shut it down about halfway through. Anthony Vieira, red lit just a little bit early, so Larry going to head on down and he'll win and move on to round number 3. That brings up Joel Hickman in the right-hand lane from Ocklawaha, Florida. In bike number 999, going up against Richard Holder from Jacksonville, Florida. Richard Holder with an 8.65 dial. Joel Hickman has a 10.70. Again, calling all Lakeland Sportsman class cars to lanes 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. If you're part of the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street, you should be in lanes number 1 and 2 for your second round eliminations. Who gets to round number 3 here? It's Joel Hickman against Richard Holder. And Joel Hickman goes to round number 3 from Ocklawaha, Florida at 10.75, one pass at 131.52 miles per hour for Joel Hickman and eliminates Richard Holder. Finally, that brings up Tom Motes in the right lane, and he's got an 11.00 dial even. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Now calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Tom Motes, Redlit, he gets a bye into the next round. Put down an 11.030 pass at 119.88 miles per hour. That moves us into our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. Again, this is our class for up-and-comers, 13 to 16-year-olds. The parents supervisor in these big steel-bodied vehicles. Molly Banger is going to be in the right-hand lane from Palmetto, Florida. She'll have a 10.80 dial against Tanner Mockney from Bradenton. And down the track they go. Let's see who moves into round number 3. And it's going to be Molly. Molly moves into round number 3 with a 10.845 pass at 57.05 miles per hour as Molly moves into round number 3 in the junior street class. Briella Browning will be in the left-hand lane in the Ford, and then in the GMC, it's going to be Lincoln McMaster from DeLeon Springs, Florida. Briella Browning will have an 11.02 dial to Lincoln McMaster's 10.40. Again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling all FB Trailers, Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Now they go Briella Browning against Lincoln McMaster. Who's going to get it? Briella Browning picks up the win. 11.120 at 56 miles per hour even for Briella Browning, who moves through to round number 3. Aaron Kennedy will come up in the right-hand lane going up against Caden Holloway from Inverness, Florida. Caden in the dually and Aaron in the right-hand lane. In Dodd with a 10.85, Aaron with a 10.01. A little bit of wheel spin in the right-hand lane. Can Caden hold on in that dually against Aaron? Going to be a tight battle down the well, and Caden does hold on to it. 11.062 at 57.34 miles per hour. Caden moves on to round number 3, and then your bye in this round is going to be Chelsea Duane from Jacksonville, Florida. A 9.40 dial for Chelsea Duane. We'll see what kind of lap she can put down. Again, coming up next, it's the Lakeland Sportsman class and calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Chelsea Duane puts in a 9.353 at 77.03 miles per hour. And that moves us to the Lakeland Sportsman class coming up for round number 2 eliminations. it's the Lakeland Sportsman class, round number 2. Scott DeLeon in the left-hand lane against Jeff Berrier in the right-hand lane. Jeff in the Dodge Charger, and Scott DeLeon with an 11.65 dial. Jeff Berrier has an 11.78 dial. We'll see who moves on to round number 3. This is the start of the second round for the Lakeland Sportsman class. Appreciate you guys tuning in wherever you are. We are here live at Gainesville Raceway here today. Been enjoying our Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. And right now, in the thick of it, the Lakeland Sportsman class. And the bye is X217. Who makes it into round number 3 is Jeff Berrier versus Scott DeLeon, and the winner going to be Scott DeLeon. Gets him at the line, 11.630 for Scott at 112.98 miles per hour for Scott DeLeon. And that'll bring up Larry Irmanet from Jacksonville, Florida, 12.63 dial for Larry. Going up against Chris Courtney from Gainesville. Headed down the track, looking pretty good for Larry at this current point. Can Chris come back and win it? Yes, he can. Chris wins it with an 11.103 at 12.641 for Larry. Chris with the win at 120.97 miles per hour. Daniel Salyers from Reddick, Florida, comes up next. He'll be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Jacob Richards in the left-hand lane. 12.14 dial for Jacob Richards and Daniel Salyers with an 11.74. Again, now calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Jacob Richards against Daniel Salyers. The winner going to be Daniel Salyers from Reddick, Florida. Moving on to round number 3, eliminating Jacob Richards. We got Nico in the right-hand lane in that BMW. He was awfully quick today. Adam Willis is going to be in the left-hand lane. Should be a good one. 12.14 dial on the Nico machine. And for Adam Willis at 11.28. Who makes it through to round number 3? And down the track, all the way down to the quarter mile, and Nico gets him at a 12.221 and 114.73 miles per hour. Nico going through to the next round. That brings up Jason Rollins in the right-hand lane, going up against Monica Roberts in the left lane. Monica from Ocala, Florida, with a 12.55 dial. Jason Rollins in the right lane from High Springs, Florida. Down the track they go. Who's it going to be? And Monica Roberts makes it happen with a 12.560 pass at 106.66 miles per hour, eliminating Jason Rollins. Jay Dixon with a 15.75 dial going up against Dawson Bass in the right-hand lane. There goes Jay Dixon. Bloody red lights, and Dawson Bass is going to go through to the next round. Dawson Bass, we'll see what he lays down here. Tough break there for Jay Dixon, but that's how it goes in drag racing. Dawson Bass put down a 12.187 pass at 80.65 miles per hour. Jay Dixon eliminated from the competition after the red light. That brings up Dennis Harsh in the left-hand lane from Gainesville, Florida, going up against Bart Pangolini from Melrose, Florida in the right-hand lane. Bart with a 12.50 dial against Dennis Harsh with an 11.83. Dennis in the Infinity going up against the Chevy Corvette of Bart Pangolini. Who makes it through to round number 3? Bart out of Melrose, Florida. Dennis out of Gainesville. And here we go. And Dennis has a lot of work to do to catch up to Bart. Bart Pangolini, we're going to move through to the next round with a 12.57, 900.54 mile per hour pass for Bart Pangolini. Moves into round number 3, eliminating Dennis Harsh. Dennis ran a 11.953 at 115.20. Clint Wilson coming up at the right-hand lane, going up against Sean Warren from Gainesville. Clint Wilson from Providence, Florida, with an 11.0 dial. Sean Warren will have a 1.33 second head start here in the left lane. Again, we want to make sure that all the FB trailer junior dragsters are where they need to be. You should be in the stage lanes. You are coming up next for your second round elimination. 6 to 9-year-olds, lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, and 13 to 18-year-olds in lane 1. Getting the win is Clint Wilson in the right-hand lane, 11.27 seconds at 117.22 miles per hour. Moves Clint Wilson into round number 3. Mitchell Gunter from Stark, Florida, at a 13.62 dial in that Dodge Charger in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Marcus Cruz from McLenny, Florida. 11.29 for Marcus Cruz. This is going to be an interesting battle for Marcus Cruz. He's been really good today, but can Mitchell Gunter get the best of him in the right-hand lane? See what Mitchell can do. This should be a good battle between these two vehicles. All a bit of a wheel spin from Marcus. Can he get it back? A 0 reaction time for both of them. Headed down. Who's it going to be? Oh, Marcus Cruz going to get him with an 11.332, eliminating Mitchell Gunter. 118.45 miles per hour, eliminating Mitchell Gunter at the line. And that brings up Tom Courtney in the right-hand lane, going up against the Chevy Camaro of 2313, 11.70 for the Chevy Camaro, 11.24 for Tom Courtney. And the Chevy Camaro is going to red light. Tom Courtney going through to round number 3. How about that for Tom Courtney? He goes into round number 3 off the red light in the left-hand lane. That brings up our final pair in the Lakeland Sportsman class. It'll be Chad King in the left-hand lane, Derek Putnam in the right lane. Derek red-lit his first time out. Let's see what Derek can put himself into round number 3. Derek hailing out of Gainesville, Florida with an 11.09 dial. Chad King with a 12.08. Chad will get about a second advantage over Derek. And Chad is eliminated. Derek Putnam moving into round number 3. Chad King red lighting early, and Derek Putnam going to put down an 11.35 pass to get into round number 3 at 121.21 miles per hour for Derek Putnam, who moves into round number 3. That does it for the Lakeland Sportsman class. We move to our FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. We'll start in lane number 8 with our 6 to 9-year-olds in round number 3 eliminations. All right, coming up, this is our 6 to 9 year old class in the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Hudson Matz will be in the right-hand lane. Madison Wooten will be in the left-hand lane. Who makes it into round number 3? Madison Wooten from Douglas, Georgia, in the left lane. An 11.90 dial for Madison. Hudson Matz right here in Gainesville. You're going to have an 11.93 dial for Hudson Matz. The winner moving on to round number 3. Here we go, first battle of round number 2. Who goes through to round number 3? It's very, very close. Who's going to pull this one off? It's going to be Madison Wooten in the left-hand lane, moving on to round number 3 with an 11.9, even at 53.92 miles per hour. Madison Wooten moving into round number 3 and eliminating Hudson Matz. Trenton Tyndall coming up in the right-hand lane out of Freeport, Florida, at 11.90 dial for Trenton. Going to be going up against Blakely Newman in the left-hand lane, trying to make it into the 3rd round of our 6 to 9 year old class. Blakely Newman's with the better start. We'll see if Blakely can hold off Trenton Tyndall. Tight battle down the track, and Blakely Newman gets the victory with a 12.011 pass at 54.50 miles per hour. Blakely Newman moving into round number 3 and eliminating Trenton Tyndall. Allison Williams comes up the right-hand lane. She'll be going up against Brindley Holdway from Inverness, Florida. Let's see who moves into round number 3 as our last race of the 6 to 9 year olds. Addison Williams in the right lane, Brindley Holdway in the left lane. And Brindley Holdway going to get the victory in the left-hand lane, 11.978 at 52.12 miles per hour for Brindley, who moves into round number 3 of the competition, eliminating Addison Williams. That brings up our 10 to 12 year olds. Landon Siegel in the left-hand lane out of Riverview, Florida, dialed with an 8.90, going up against Kylie Mopney from Venice, Florida. Landon Siegel and Kyle Mopney going up against one another. And then we're going to round number 3. Landon Siegel gets the win. The left-hand lane, the 9.007, 64.56 pass for Landon Siegel, who moves on to round number 3. Skylar Carpenter in the right-hand lane going up against Shaw Daniel in the left-hand lane. Shaw Daniel at 9.05 dial and Skylar Carpenter at 9.04. Neither identical times here. Skylar out of St. Petersburg, Florida, and Shaw Daniel going to try to move into round number 3. It's the round 2 eliminations for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We're the 10 to 12-year-old class. Moving on to 13 and 18-year-olds in just a little bit. Wind's going to go to Shaw Daniel in the left-hand lane at a 9.078, 72.55 mile per hour pass in the left-hand lane for Shaw, eliminating Skylar Carpenter. Blake Jones coming up in the right-hand lane out of Orange Park, Florida, will have a 9.04 dial, going up against Wyatt Hicks with a 9.28, and Wyatt Hicks at next to 118. Blake Jones and Wyatt Hicks going up against one another in our 10 to 12-year-old classification. Three more to run after this pair in the 10 to 12-year-old group. Running down the track is Blake Jones and Wyatt Hicks, who makes round number 3. And it's going to be Blake Jones in the right-hand lane out of Orange Park, Florida, going into round number 3 at 71.54 miles per hour. A 9.082 pass for Blake Jones, eliminating Wyatt Hicks. Johnny Moxley will be in the left-hand lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, going up against Peyton Duffin in the right-hand lane out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Johnny Moxley hails out of Keystone Heights, Florida. One more pair to go in the 10 to 12-year-old class after this, and then you get your bye. Johnny Moxley and Peyton Duffin against their, oh man, Johnny Moxley jumped in just a little bit early. Peyton Duffin going through to round number 3. So Peyton going to go to round number 3. We'll see what she puts down at 8.922 at 72.03. Peyton Duffin going through to round number 3, eliminating Johnny Moxley. That brings up Scarlett Hicks in the right-hand lane, going up against Jackson Collins in the left. Jackson Collins dialed at a 10.09, and Scarlett Hicks with that 9.22. They're both ready to go. Scarlett Hicks against Jackson Collins. Jackson Collins jumps in, and Scarlett Hicks going through to round number 3. So Scarlett Hicks going to go through to the next round at 9.108 for Scarlett Hicks at 72.53 miles per hour. Puts Scarlett Hicks into round number 3, eliminating Jackson Collins. That brings up our final 10 to 12-year-old. This is Morgan Wooten from Douglas, Georgia. Douglas, Georgia. Morgan Wooten is going to be in the right-hand lane, an 8.93 dial for Megan. Let's see what Morgan's able to do here. Great start for Morgan Wooten. Kind of a pass can she put down. And Morgan puts in an 8.847 pass at 72.74 miles per hour and moves in to round number 3. That brings up our 13 to 18-year-olds in the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Get the win here is going to be Weston Daniel in the left-hand lane. Weston moves into round number 3 with a 7.989 pass at 79.86 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes number 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. Again, now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. Grayson Edelman in the left-hand lane going up against Carson Morfrey from Ellington, Florida. Grayson Edelman in the left lane from Land Lakes, Florida. Once again, attention in the pits. Now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. Third round eliminations beginning soon for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Please come to stage lanes 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. Carson Morfrey in the right-hand lane going up against Grayson Edelman, who gets through to round number 3. Will it be Carson? Will it be Grayson? Here they go down the track. Oh, it's a good start for both of them. We'll see who comes out on top. It's going to be a tight battle. And Grayson Edelman moving into the third round with an 8.310 pass at 79.08 miles per hour, eliminating Carson Morfrey from the competition. Brooklyn Collins coming up in the right-hand lane. Brooklyn hails out of Keystone Heights, Florida. Going up against Cohen Bakerfield from Warrior, Alabama. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Jeans Glass Pro Class, please come to lanes 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. From the Collins and Cohen Bakerfield. And we go to Cohen Bakerfield in the left-hand lane out of Warrior, Alabama. Moving into round number 3, a 7.975 pass at 71.80 miles per hour, eliminating Brooklyn Collins. Lincoln McMaster in the right lane gets Everly Siegel from Riverview, Florida. getting the win is going to be Lincoln McMaster, moving on to round number 3. So Lincoln McMaster with a 7.956 at 79.36 miles per hour moves on to round number 3, eliminating Everly Siegel. We've got Tanner Mockney in the right-hand lane out of Venice, Florida, dialed in at identical 7.92 to Aaron Kennedy, who will be in the left lane from Middleburg, Florida. Tanner Mockney out of Venice, Florida, will be in the right-hand lane. Aaron Kennedy in that left lane. One of them going on to the third round, and one of them getting eliminated. Who's it going to be? It's a better start for Aaron Kennedy. Can he make the best of it? No, he can't. Tanner Mockney going to get him a 7.927 for Tanner Mockney at 82.05. But Tanner Mockney moving through to round number 3. Aaron Kennedy beat him off the line, but Tanner Mockney was able to beat him at the 8th mile. Sierra Height in the right-hand lane going up against Caden Holloway from Inverness, Florida. When it goes on to round number 3, we are working our way through second round eliminations for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. This is the 13 to 18 age group. Going to be Sierra Height in the right-hand lane. Sierra Height wins from Keystone, Florida, moves on to round number 3. That brings up our final pairing here. It's going to be Elizabeth Moya in the left-hand lane going against Brianna Browning. Brianna Browning from Wesley Chapel, Florida, going to be in the right-hand lane at a 7.91 dial. We'll also have your bye coming up here. It's going to be car number 214G coming up. So Briella Browning looking to get to round number 3. We'll have to go through Elizabeth Boyd. So our final pair of juniors and then the bye. And then we'll do a quick little drag and we'll get right into the James Glass Pro Class. Third round eliminations coming up for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. That'll be our next group up. Here we go, Briella Browning and Elizabeth Boyett. Who makes it to round number 3? And Briella Browning does it with a 7.939 pass at 78.59 miles per hour, eliminating Elizabeth Boyett. Bringing up our final run of our second round. It'll be car number 214G, dialed in at 7.93. Again, we're going to do a quick sweep of the track before we get into our next round of Jeans Glass Pro Class, which will be coming up. Third round eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro Class cars. Great start in the right-hand lane. You don't see what kind of a run it is. It's going to be a 7.903 and an 81.24 miles per hour. We're going to pause real quickly, just sweep the track up, And then we'll get to the third round of eliminations for the Jeans Class Pro Class cars coming your way in just a few minutes. All right, we're going to do one more lap around the tree, and then we're going to get back to racing action. If you are in the Jeans Pro Class, please be ready to go as it's time for third round eliminations to begin. And we're going to try to go as quickly as we can here. We're racing some stuff that's incoming here to the racetrack, so going to try to get through as many of these as we possibly can. Appreciate you guys coming out to Gainesville Raceway. And very shortly, we're going to get the first cars on the track in round number 3 for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Super Pro ET bike class, you can start to work your way over to lane number 7. Attention in the pits, the Super Pro ET bike class, you can start to work your way over to lane number 7. You'll be following up the Jeans Glass Pro class, which is going to be underway here in just a moment's time. Again, calling all Super Pro ET bike class to lane number 7 for third round eliminations. The buy for Pro Bikes is 295F. The buy for Bikes is 295F. All right, here we go with round number 3 eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Once again, Super Pro ET Bike Class, please come to lane number 7 for third round eliminations. All right, this is Austin Logan in the left-hand lane going up against Daniel Salyers in the right lane from Reddick, Florida. Austin hails out of Port Charlotte, a 5.80 dial for Austin Logan. Daniel Salyers in the right-hand lane. A 7.40 dial for Daniel Salyers. Stand there for Austin Logan. He's chasing down Daniel Salyers, who's going through to round number 4. It's going to be Austin Logan with a 5.817 pass at 112.66 miles per hour. Austin Logan moving to round number 4. James Turner coming up in the right-hand lane going up against John Rollins. John Rollins with a 6.0 even dial going up against James Turner. James is going to have a 1.4 second start there in the right hand for James Turner. He'll have a slight advantage here over John Rollins, who goes through to round number 4. James Turner out of Keystone Heights, Florida. Coming in here is Jason, John Rollins, and James Turner. James Turner in, and here comes John Rollins, ready to go. Who makes it to round 4? Oh, red light from James Turner. That eliminates James Turner, and headed to round number 4 is going to be John Rollins in the left lane, 5.978 pass at 114.67 miles per hour for John Rollins. Curtis Peak going to be in the right-hand lane, the pickup truck from Quitman, Georgia. Going up against John Duane from Jacksonville, Florida. 6.50 dial for John Duane, a 6.44 for Curtis Peak. Now calling the FB Trailer Super Pro Class to lanes 1 and 2. Now calling the FB Trailer Super Pro Class to lanes 1 and 2 for third round eliminations. Once again, attention in the pits. Now calling the Super Pro ET bike class to lane 7 for your third round eliminations. You need to be in lane number 7 if you want your next round. And in the left lane, John Dwayne is going to get the victory at 98.26 miles per hour. Again, coming up after the Jeans Glass Pro Class, we're moving right into Super Pro ET Bike. If you're part of the Super Pro ET Bike, you need to be in row lane number 7. We're going to move right into that after, and then we're also moving over to our FB Trailer Super Pro Class. You can start to work your way over to lanes 1 and 2 for lane number 1 and 2 for your third round eliminations. Jason Rollins trying to make it to round number 4, and it's going to be Connor 2051, the left-hand lane, going to win it over Jason Rollins, who gets eliminated a 6.504 at 107.67 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Paul Allen coming up in the left-hand lane out of Middleburg, Florida. Got to be going up against Christopher Duffin in the right-hand lane. Once again, now calling all FB Trailer Super Pro Class cars to lanes number 1 and 2 for third round eliminations. Now calling all FB Trailer Super Pro Class cars to lanes 1 and 2 for third round eliminations. Paul Allen with a pretty good start. Can he hold off Christopher Duffin? No, he can't. Chris Duffin comes through and goes to round number 4. Eliminates Paul Allen with a 6.522 pass at 101.11 miles per hour as Chris Duffin gets it done. The man from Jacksonville, Florida, Dawson Bass, going to be in the right-hand lane, and the Ford Mustang going up against Phil Green from Ocala. See who makes it into round number 4 out of this pairing, a 7.12 dial for Dawson Bass in the right-hand lane, going up against Phil Green. Off goes Dawson Bass, but he red lights. And that's going to eliminate Dawson Bass. Phil Green going to move to round number 4 with a 6.028 at 111.86 miles per hour. Phil Green moves it into round number 4. Now calling all cars in the FB Trailer Super Pro Class to lanes number 1 and 2 for third round elimination. Now calling all FB Trailer Super Pro Class cars to lanes number 1 and 2 for third round eliminations. Marcus Cruz in the left lane going up against French Emmanuel from High Springs, Florida. These guys trying to get into round number 4. And the win going to Emmanuel in the right-hand lane from High Springs, Florida. Makes it happen, moves to round 4. Marcus Cruz eliminated. Adam Willis will be in the left lane from Asatula, Florida. Attention, we get our concession stand closing at 3 p.m. If you want any concessions, our concession stand will be closing at 3 p.m. Thank you. Clint Wilson against Adam Willis. Adam Willis with the early jump. That'll eliminate Adam Willis. Clint Wilson will move on to round number 4 from Providence, Florida. 6.9 second pass for Clint Wilson. That's a 97.7 mile per hour pass for Clint Wilson. Moves him into round number 4. Roland Alfred Corky in the right lane going up against Andy Lindsay. Patriotic Ford Mustang in the left lane. Who makes it to round number 4? They're both off. Rolling with a little bit better of a start. Who's going to get it at the 8th? And it's going to be Andy Lindsay who pulls it off. Andy Lindsay moving into round number 4 with a 6.856 at 98.93 miles per hour. That brings up Tony Gambrell in the right-hand lane out of Memphis, Florida with a 6.04 dial. Going up against Roy Hacker Jr. in the left lane out of Northville, Michigan with the 6.82 dial. Again, you should be ready to go if you have the Super Pro ET bike class. You are on deck. After that, we're moving right into the FB Trailer Super Pro class in lanes 1 and 2. If you're not in lanes 1 and 2 yet, we're going to go right into Super Pro class in just a little bit. Who gets it done and moves into round number 4? It is going to be Tony Gabriella in the right-hand lane with a 6.291 at 87.3 miles per hour. Tony Gabriella eliminating Roy Hacker Jr. Lee Hauser going to be in the right-hand lane going up against Keith Collins. Keith Collins in the left-hand lane. Lee Hauser with a nice little jump. Can Keith Collins come back in this one? No, he can't. Lee Hauser going to move on to round number 4, the 7.343, 89.30 pass for Lee Hauser. And that'll bring up the bye here in the third round. Reed Ferrara from Jacksonville, Florida, going to be in the left-hand lane. We're going to be moving right into Super Pro ET bike after this. This is Reed Ferrara in the left lane for Jacksonville, Florida. And going to be a pass of 7.112 for Reed Ferrara at 96.61 miles per hour for Reed Ferrara. And that does it for the Jeans class. Pro class, we move to Super Pro ET bike class. And then we'll be moving right into our FB Trailer Super Pro class, which will be coming up after that. All right, coming up, this is a fourth round match, or a third round matchup between Vance Odishell and Samuel Parrish from Green Cove Springs, who makes it to round number 5. Vance or Samuel. Vance in the left-hand lane, Samuel in that right lane. Who's going to get there? And the win going to go to Vance Odishell. Gets to round number 4 for Vance Odishell. 7.492 pass at 94.49 miles per hour for Vance Odishell, eliminating Samuel Parrish. Santi Rodriguez Jr. is going to be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Joel Hickman from Ocklawaha. Red light for Joel Hickman, and the win going to Santi Rodriguez Jr. So Santi Rodriguez Jr. moves into round number 4, 5.496 pass at 123.7 miles per hour for Santi Rodriguez Jr. Joel Hickman eliminated due to the red light. That brings up Jeremy Fireball Davis. That's going to be in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Dwayne Leachman in the left lane for Wildwood, Florida. We're going on to round number 4, our last pairing of the Super Pro ET bike class. And the winner is going to be Jeremy Fireball Davis after the red light for Dwayne Leachman. That eliminates Dwayne Leachman from the competition. Jeremy Fireball Davis going through to the next round with a 5.632 pass and 126.79 miles per hour for Jeremy Fireball Davis. And Roy Hagdorn with a 5.65 dial. He will get the bye in round number 3. Off goes Roy, and Roy headed into round number 4 of the Super Pro ET bike class. And that'll do it for that. We're going to sweep the track up really quickly and then head on into our FB Trailer Super Pro class, which will be up next. All right, it's time for the third round for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Brian Jones is going to be in the right-hand lane against Dan Dobson, who will be in the left-hand lane, car number 2335 out of Gainesville, Florida. 6.42 dial for Dan Dobson in the left lane. Brian Jones, 4.49 dial. And as we get things underway here, we want to make sure that this is running as smoothly as we can. If you are part of the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street, you can start to work your way over. And if you are also part of the Pro Bike class, you can start to work your way back to lane number 7. If you are the Pro Bike class, start working your way back to lane number 7. You'll be up after the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street, which is going to be coming up in just a little bit. Want to make sure those two classes get their next runs in. It'll be run number 3 for you guys. Again, attention to the pits, calling the Pro Bike class to lane number 7. We're about to begin here for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. And the wing going to Dan Dobson in the left-hand lane at a 6.43, 205.8 mile per hour pass for Dan Dobson. Again, calling all Pro Bike class over to lane number 7 for third round for the next round. Also calling all the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class over to lanes number 1 and 2. Dan Dobson got the win. Randy Banger in the right-hand lane is going to be going up against Travis Logan. Travis Logan in the left-hand lane with a 5.64 dial up against Randy Banger with a 4.94 dial. And a red light from Randy Banger makes Travis Logan into the next round. Travis Logan able to work his way into round number 4 of the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Mike Ming in the right-hand lane. Glenn Newmans will be in the left-hand lane out of Alachua, Florida. Again, calling all Pro Bike class to lane number 7 for your next eliminations, and all the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class to lanes 1 and 2 for your next round of eliminations. Glenn Newman's in the left lane going up against Mike Ming. Start with both of these vehicles. What can they do? Putting it down. Who's going to get it? Mike gets it at the line. 102.13 miles per hour from Mike. Sends Mike through to the next round, 6.672. And eliminates Glenn Newmans from the competition. Alden Rollins will be in the right-hand lane from High Springs, Florida, in the right-hand lane with a 5.78 dial. Stephen Young will be in the left-hand lane out of St. Augustine, Florida. So we're getting through, almost halfway through the FB Trailer Super Pro class at this current point. Want to make sure that all drivers from the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street make it to lanes number 1 and 2 for round number 3 eliminations. Also calling the Pro Bike class to lane number 7 for third round eliminations. Wing going at Alden Rollins in the right-hand lane, a 5.767 pass at 116.80 miles per hour for Alden Rollins. Buddy Goolsby will be in the right-hand lane from High Springs, Florida. 6.42 dial from Buddy. And Austin Logan in the left lane at a 5.81 dial. Austin's been really, really great here today. He's been hard to beat. Can Buddy make something happen? No, he can't. He red lights. Austin Logan going through to round number 4. He keeps the magic going. And Buddy Goolsby eliminated just a tad early here for Buddy as Austin Logan goes to the next round. Kelly Hicks coming up in the Dragster in the right-hand lane from Elkton, Florida. Going up against Paul Ferreira from Jacksonville, Florida. Once again, all pro bike class, you should be in lane number 7. Again, calling all pro bike class to lane number 7. Final call for the pro bike class for the next round. Also final call for your Allen Speed Machine Junior Street in lanes number 1 and 2. Paul Ferreira looking to get into round number 4. Kelly Hicks will be in the right-hand lane from Elkton, Florida. And we go to Kelly Hicks in the right-hand lane at 4.566 for Kelly Hicks, 151.4 miles per hour for Kelly Hicks. Moves him into round number 4. Tony Gambardella is going to be in the right-hand lane going up against Jenna Yarnall. Jenna from St. Petersburg, Florida. Red light for Jenna and Tony going through to the next round. Tony Gambardella will go through to the next round, eliminating Jenna Yarnall from the competition. Great for Jenna. It was a great day for Jenna, though, overall. Victor Adams will be in the left lane. Victor's been having himself a great day from Gainesville, Florida. Brennan George will be in the right lane with a 6.14 dial. And making it to the next round is Brandon George. Brandon George makes it through with a 6.15 at 106.96 miles per hour. Victor Adams with a 6.62, 130 mile per hour pass. But Brandon George is going to move into round number 4. That brings up John Rollins and Keith Collins. So we're going to roll right into our pro bike class and all Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street coming up. Attention in the pits now calling the Lakeland Sportsman class to the stage lanes. Once again, calling the Lakeland Sportsman class to the stage lanes. That's going to be lanes 5 and 6 for you for your third round eliminations. Coming to the end of our Super Pro class. And again, we're going to get right into our Junior Street, the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Pro Bike class. And then we'll roll right into the Lakeland Sportsman class. Once again, if you're part of the Lakeland Sportsman class, start to work your way over to lanes number 5 and 6. Dan Dobson trying to move into round number 4. What can he do? No, it's Ken Grant. Ken Grant getting the victory. Ken Grant with a 6.223 at 119.59 miles per hour. Dan Dobson ran a 6.376. just wasn't enough as Ken Grant moves into round number 4. And so that'll do it for the FB Trailers Super Pro class. We'll move right into the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street and the Pro Bike class. And again, calling the Lakeland Sportsman class over to lanes 5 and 6 for round 3 eliminations. All right, here we go with our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. Again, if you're part of the Lakeland Sportsman class, please make it over to lane 5 and 6 for round 3 eliminations. Coming up, this is Caden Holloway in the left-hand lane going up against Molly Banger in the right lane. Who makes it through? And a red light for Molly is going to send Caden through. Caden Holloway, a 10.806 run at 67.73 miles per hour for Caden. Molly eliminated with the red light. And so that'll bring up Briella Browning in the right lane out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, going up against Chelsea Duane in a Camaro. All right, we're going to the final. We'll see who it is. Chelsea Duane against Briella Browning, who makes it through to our Allen Speed Machine Junior Final. And Briella Browning with a great start. Can she hold off against Chelsea Duane? And she does. Briella Browning going to the final with an 11.028 pass at 55.51 miles per hour. That'll eliminate Chelsea Duane. So that brings up our Pro Bike class. Quarterfinals here in the Pro Bike class. We're going to get Samuel Parrish in the right lane going up against Larry Berger in the left lane. Winner goes to the semis. Samuel Parrish in that right lane from Green Cove Springs, Florida against Larry Berger from Jacksonville. And a trip to the semis on the line, and this one, winner goes home. And a red light from Larry Berger sends Samuel Parrish on to the semifinals. Tough break for Larry. It was a great day for Larry, but it's got to end right there. Samuel Parrish on to the next round. A great run for Sam, too, at 8.774 at 149.50 miles per hour. It was a 004 reaction time from Samuel Parrish. Really good run from him. and he'll be on to the semifinals. Joel Hickman comes up in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa. A 20-second dial for Joe Clemmy, and Joel Hickman with a 10.70. So nearly a 10-second head start here for Joe Clemmy. Let's see if Joe can work his way into the semifinals. He was our winner last night. Here goes Joel Hickman. Can he run down Joe Clemmy? Yes, he can. Joel Hickman into the semifinals with a 10.676 at 132.88 miles per hour and eliminates Joe Clemmy. And our final quarterfinal style modes against Scott DeLong. The winner go to the semifinals. Who's it going to be? Scott with the 9.25 dial from Central Florida going up against Tom Motes with an 11-second dial. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits now calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Calling all FB Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Scott DeLong going through to the semifinals, and he won it with an 8.926 pass after Tom Motes red lit. And so Scott DeLong going through to the semifinals. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. All right, so here we go. Third round eliminations for the Lakeland Sportsman class. It's going to be Monica Roberts versus Bart Pangolinin. Bart Pangolinin from Melrose, Florida, in the right-hand lane in the Chevy Corvette. And the Camaro are going to be on the left lane. And you're going to have Monica Roberts from Ocala, Florida, with a 12.55 dial. Who goes through to round number 4 in the Lakeland Sportsman class? We're going to find out. All FB Trailer Junior Dragsters should be headed over to the stage lanes. Oh, red light from back. Bart Pangolinin. Oh, my goodness. Monica Roberts is going to go through to the next round and eliminates Bart Pangolinin. My goodness. Monica Roberts with a 12.548 eliminates Bart Pangolinin at 107.39 miles per hour. Monica goes through to round number 4. Daniel Salyers in the right-hand lane going up against Chris Courtney. Chris Courtney in the left-hand lane from Gainesville, Florida. Red light for Daniel Salyers. Chris Courtney will go through to the round number 4. And Chris Courtney going to win with a 11.128 and 120.7 miles per hour for Chris Courtney, eliminating Daniel Salyers. That was a great day for Daniel. Dawson Bass going to come up in the right-hand lane, going up against Scott DeLeon. Again, if you are part of the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, you need to be in your stage lanes for your next round of eliminations. You are on deck and ready to go. Final call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Going through to the next round is Dawson Bass. 12.179 for Dawson Bass at 83.66 miles per hour. Scott DeLeon put up a great fight, but His day's going to end right there. Dawson Bass in to the next round with a 12.179. Headed to round number 4. Nico going to be in the right-hand lane. Nico's had himself a great day. Got Derek Putnam. Derek from Gainesville, Florida in the left-hand lane. And Nico upset Derek Putnam. We're going to find out. Nico with a 12.21 dial. And he's not going to get the opportunity. Derek Putnam going to go through to round number 4. Nico with the red light in the right-hand lane, and Nico's day is going to end right there. Derek Putnam through with an 11.059. He gets the win at 120.90 miles per hour as Derek Putnam going into round number 4. Yeah, coming up next, it is our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You should be in the stage lanes, ready to go. Clint Wilson in the right-hand lane against Tom Courtney. Tom Courtney in the left-hand lane from High Springs, Florida, who goes through to round number 4. Who makes it through into round number 4, Tom or Clint? No, Tom Courtney going to get Clint at the lines. Tom Courtney with an 11.255 at 118.89 miles per hour, eliminating Clint Wilson. So Tom Courtney into round number 4 for our Lakeland Sportsman class. And that'll do it for our Lakeland Sportsman class. We're going to move to our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Again, this is the final call for our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Coming up, it'll be our 6 to 9-year-olds. In lane 8, we'll move over to lane number 2 with our 10 to 12-year-olds. And then we'll also have the 13 to 18-year-olds in lane number 1. This is our bye. This is Marcus Cruz headed down the racetrack. And Marcus Cruz is going to put in a 11.206 at 118.80 miles per hour for Marcus Cruz. So our semifinals coming up in our 6 to 9 age bracket for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. See who makes it through to the final here today. Once again, coming up, it's our semifinals in the 6 to 9 age bracket. We got our quarterfinals in the 10 to 12 and a quarterfinal in the 13 to 18 bracket as well. See who's going to be going through to the semis in the 10 to 12 and 13 to 18 age group, and then who's going to be making our final here in our 6 to 9 age bracket for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We'll get right back into it after the Dragsters go, and get back to our pro class here in just a little bit. We're going to see who makes the final in the 6 to 9 age group. All right, so it's our first semifinal. First semifinal is going to be Madison Wooten against Brinley Holloway. The winner going to the final of our 6 to 9 year old class in the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Brinley out of Inverness, Florida, trying to get through to the final, and Madison Wooten from Douglas, Georgia. Got a good old Florida versus Georgia battle here. Madison against Brinley. They're fired up and ready to go. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The Jeans Glass Pro Class, please make your way over to lanes number 3 and 4 for your next round. Round number 4 for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Please come over to lanes 3 and 4. If you're in lane 3 and 4 with a golf cart, please move your golf cart. If you're in lane 3 and 4, we need you out of lane 3 and 4. If you're in a golf cart, move them over to 6 and 7. Again, if you're in a golf cart, move the golf cart to lane 6 or 7, please. We need to make way for lane 3 and 4. The Jeans Glass Pro Class, come to lanes 3 and 4. Please move your golf cart out of lane 3 and 4. Thank you. Blakely Newman's going to come up in the right-hand lane. She'll get the bye into the final. Goes through with a 12.019 into the final is Blakely Newman's at 52.51 miles per hour. That moves us into our next class, the 10 to 12 year olds. Again, calling all Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for your next round. Round 4 for the Jeans Glass Pro Class in lanes 3 and 4. If you get a golf cart, please move it out of lane 4. Please move your golf cart out of lane 4. We appreciate that. First of 3 races to decide who gets into the semifinals. Scarlett Hicks versus Blake Jones. And a red light for Scarlett Hicks. Tough break for Scarlett. She was pretty good all day long. Blake Jones going to move his way into the semifinal in the 10 to 12 class. 9.012 for Blake Jones off the red light for Scarlett Hicks. And Blake Jones moving into the semifinals as he eliminates Scarlett Hicks. That brings up the next group of our quarterfinal in the 10 to 12 year old class. Morgan Wooten in the right hand lane going to be going up against Landon Siegel in the left lane from Riverview, Florida. Landon has an 8.91 Dial, and he'll be going up against Morgan Wooten with the 8.90 from Douglas, Georgia. Once again, if you have a golf cart in lane 4, please move it out of lane 4. We need those lanes for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Please move your golf cart out of lane 4. Daniel Lockney, move your golf cart out of lane 4. Coming up, it's Morgan Wooten in the right lane against Landon Siegel. Landon Siegel in the left-hand lane against Morgan Wooten. Headed down the racetrack, who makes it into the semifinal, and it's going to be Landon Siegel with an 8.979 pass at 69.15 miles per hour. Landon Siegel eliminates Morgan Wooten from the competition, and headed into the final is Landon Siegel into the semifinal. That brings up Peyton Duffin against Shaw Daniel in the left-hand lane. Shaw Daniel with a 9.05 dial. He'll be going up against Peyton Duffin. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Super Pro ET bike class to lane number 7. Now calling the Super Pro ET bike class to lane number 7 for the 4th round eliminations. Again, calling the Super Pro ET bike class to lane 7 for 4th round eliminations. For Shaw Daniel and Peyton Duffin going through to the semifinal in the 10 to 12 class. That brings up our last class of the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We'll move to the 13 to 18-year-old. We have 3 quarterfinals. The winner moving through to the semis. Tough break for Shaw Daniel, but a good day overall. Peyton Duffin moving through to the semifinal. Lincoln McMaster going to be in the right-hand lane against Sierra Height. Sierra Height in the left-hand lane going up against Lincoln. We'll see who makes it to the semifinal in this class. Lincoln McMaster is ready to go. So is Sierra Height, who makes it through to the semis. Battle we have going on. Gonna be Lincoln McMaster eliminating Sierra Height. Lincoln McMaster from De Leon Springs, Florida, going through with a 7.954, 80.14 miles per hour for Lincoln McMaster. That brings up Grayson Edelman in the right-hand lane from Land O'Lakes against Weston Daniel from Lake Butler, Florida. Weston Daniel with a 7.98 dial. He'll be going up against Grayson Edelman with a 8.30. Grayson out of Land O'Lakes. Got one more quarterfinal after this, and we'll see who's getting into the semifinal. Coming up after that, we'll have the Jeans Glass Pro Class. If you're part of the Jeans Glass Pro Class, you should be in lanes number 3 and 4. and calling all Super Pro ET bike class to lane number 7. Again, calling the Super Pro ET bike class to lane number 7 for your 4th round eliminations. The potential buy in the Jeans class pro class is D261. D261 has the potential buy in the Jeans class pro class. Once again, car number D261, the potential buy in the Jeans class pro class. And so it was Grayson Edelman going through to the semifinals. Tanner Mockney going to be in the right-hand lane going up against Cohen Bakerfield from Warrior, Alabama. Just a reminder, everybody, that you got to be wearing a helmet on scooter. If you're on a scooter, please make sure that you're wearing a helmet on the Gainesville Raceway property. Thank you. Tanner Mockney versus Cohen Bakerfield in the left-hand lane. Who goes through the semi? What a great start from Cohen Bakerfield, and he makes it through to the semifinal. Cohen Bakerfield eliminates Tanner Mockney with a 7.946 pass at 79.77 miles per hour. Cohen Bakerfield. And Bakerfield going through to the semifinal. Brings up our final pair. It's going to be Briella Browning in the left lane going up against car number 214G. Once again, it will be our Jeans Glass Pro class coming up in lanes number 3 and 4. And if you are part of the Super Pro ET bike class, you're going to be in lane number 7. You're going to go back to back. All right, who's going through to the semifinal? Is it Briella Browning, car number 214G? Red light in the right lane, and Briella Browning going through to the semifinal. Briella Browning going to put in a pass of 7.898. Briella Browning finds her way in with an 81.34 pass, 81 miles per hour for Briella Browning. And we're going to go right into the Jeans Glass Pro class, followed up by the Super Pro ET bike class. So if you're a part of the Super Pro ET bike class, should be in lane number 7. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes number 1 and 2. Now calling the FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4. for the Jeans Class Pro Class. It's going to be Austin Logan for Port Charlotte going up against Lee Hauser. Lee Hauser from Ponte Vedra, Florida, in a 7.28 dial. Austin Logan in the Camaro on the left-hand side with a 5.81. Austin has been so racy this entire weekend. And so is Lee. It's going to be a good battle here. And we're getting down to it. Austin Logan in the left lane, Lee Hauser in the right lane. Who goes through to round number 5? Goes Lee Hauser, and chasing him down is Austin Logan. And we go to Austin Logan, a 5.806 for Austin Logan at 113.33 miles per hour, eliminating Lee Hauser. And Austin Logan moves on to round number 5. Reed Ferrara from Jacksonville, Florida, will be in the left lane in the Camaro. Going against Emmanuel in the right-hand lane from High Springs, Florida. George Emmanuel in the right-hand lane from High Springs. The buy in the FB Trailer Super Pro class is $261G is your buy in the Super Pro class. In the FB Trailer Super Pro class, it's $261G. We are trying to get the rest of the racing in, trying to be as efficient as we can. We got about an hour to go until this weather reaches us. We're trying to get this racing in, so let's be as efficient as we possibly can. Again, coming over, we need the FB Trailer Super Pro class in lanes number 1 and 2. All right, so George Emmanuel in the right-hand lane going up against Reed Ferrara. Trying to make it into round number 5. Just a great race coming up here between these two. A 7 point. Oh, man, George Emmanuel got a red light in the right-hand lane. Reed Ferrara going to go through to the next round. Reed Ferrara gets the win at 7.119 at 96.58 miles per hour. Moves into round number 5 for Reed. John Wayne coming up in the left-hand lane for Jacksonville, Florida. He'll be going up against Tony Gambardella in the right-hand lane from Mims, Florida. 6.04 dial for Tony Gambardella. A 6.5 even for John Wayne. Final couple runs here for the Jeans Pro class. Here is John Wayne and Tony Gambardella. Winner goes into round number 5, and the winner is going to be Tony Gambardella from Mims, Florida, into round number 5 with a 6.058 pass at 101.64 miles per hour. Brings up Phil Greed in the right-hand lane, and Andy Lindsay from Alachua, Florida, in the left-hand lane in the patriotic Mustang. Let's see who makes it into round number 5. It's going to be Phil Green in the right lane at a 6.045 at 111.30 miles per hour. Phil Green into round number 5. Eliminating Andy Lindsay. Good day for Andy, though. Clint Wilson going to be in the right-hand lane for Providence, Florida, going up against truck number 2051 in the left-hand lane. Clint Wilson with a dial of 6.88 and a 6.50 in the left lane. Again, coming up, it's the FB Trailer Super Pro class in lanes 1 and 2. That'll follow the Pro ET bike class. And a red light for Clint Wilson, and the left lane going through to the final. Into the next round, the 2051 machine going into the next round. Yeah, coming up, we do have a couple of finals coming up. We will have a final coming up in the junior dragster 6 to 9 category. Got some semifinals coming up as well for you. We are racing a little bit of rain that's incoming to the track, so trying to work as efficiently as possible here at Gainesville Raceway, getting as much racing in as we can. Here comes the last matchup here. It's Christopher Duffett versus John Rollins, who goes through to round number 5. And the win going to go to John Rollins with a 5.997 at 110.65, eliminating Christopher Duffett. If you're part of the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Final, you can work your way over. Again, if you were part of the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Final, work your way over. All right, Vance and Santa going. Oh, Sandy, red lights, and Vance is going to go through to the final. How about that, Vance? Howdy Shell, making it through to the final of our Super Pro ET bike class. It'll be Vance Howdy Shell, and he's going to be going up. What a great day from Santi Rodriguez Jr., though. Roy Hagdorn going up against Jeremy Fireball Davis, the winner going through to the final. Jeremy Fireball Davis against Roy Hagdorn for a place in the final for the Super Pro ET bike class. Once again, if you were part of the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Final, come on over to lane number 1 and 2 before you final. And the win going to Roy Hagdorn, who's going to race for a final. He beats Jeremy Fireball Davis. And that'll do it for the Super Pro ET bike class. Coming up, it's the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Again, calling the final for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes number 1 and 2. If you're part of the final, come on over for that. If you aren't part of the Pro Bike class, you can come over to lane 7, Pro Bikes, to lane number 7. Again, all Pro Bike class to lane 7 for round number 4 eliminations. we go to Keith Collins. Keith Collins moves to the next round. We get Dan Dobson in the left-hand lane going against Mike Ming from Green Cove Springs, Florida. Dan Dobson from Gainesville, Florida. So we got our Island Speed Machine Junior Street coming in for their final. They are lining up. They're ready to go. They'll be following the FB Trailer Super Pro class, which is currently on the track. And of course, we have the Pro Bike class coming up. If you're part of the Pro Bike class, please come to lane number 7. And a red light for Dan Dobson. Mike Ming going to move on to the next round. Mike Ming wings in with a 6.691 at 102.7 miles per hour for Mike Ming. Ken Grant going to come up in the right-hand lane going up against Travis Logan. Travis Logan will be in the left-hand lane, a 5.66 dial for Travis Logan. Ken Grant with 6.23. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Lakeland Sportsman class to the stage lanes. Now calling the Lakeland Sportsman class to stage lanes number 5 and 6. Once again, calling the Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes number 5 and 6. And picking up the win is Travis Logan. Travis Logan going to the final. Ken Grant eliminated. Travis Logan been so good here today. He's going to I believe that's going to be a quarterfinal matchup on the next round for them. Brings up Austin Logan in the left-hand lane going up against Kelly Hicks. So once again, we need the Pro Bike class to come to lane number 7. Also calling the Lakeland Sportsman class to lane number 5 and 6. Kelly Hicks against Austin Logan into the quarterfinal. Austin Logan. That's so good today. Can he beat Kelly Hicks? He can. Austin Logan on to the quarterfinal. A 5.805 for Austin Logan, and he's on to the quarterfinal at 113.92 miles per hour. Beats Kelly Hicks. Tony Gambardella in the left-hand lane against Brandon George in the right-hand lane. Coming up, it's our final in the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. Here we go to get to the quarterfinals. Tony Gambardella versus Brandon George. And the win going to Brandon George in the right-hand lane at 6.129 at 111.28 miles per hour. Eliminates Tony Gambardella. Once again, all-pro bike class in lane number 7. The Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes number 5 and 6 for your next round. Again, guys, we are racing weather right now. We need to be as efficient as we possibly can to try to get this in. Appreciate you guys coming out to Gainesville Raceway. Here's the final in the All-Speed Machine Junior Street. Briella Browning against Caden Holloway. And Caden Holloway is going to win it with a 10.871. Caden, your winner in the All-Speed Machine Junior Street today. Congratulations to Caden Holloway, winner with a 10.871 at 62 miles per hour. Briella Browning as the runner-up. Been a great day for Briella Browning. She's going to be in the final later on today. Making the final there. Caden Holloway, again from Inverness, Florida, is your winner of the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Final. So coming up, we got our semifinals in the Super Pro ET bike class. That'll be up next, and then we'll also have, the Pro bike class coming up. That's our semifinal in that. Then we'll have the Lakeland Sportsman class. It'll be in lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Now calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the start, to the stage lanes. Again, calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. It'll be the final for the 6 to 9-year-olds and the semifinals for the 10 to 12 and 13 to 18-year-olds, calling them the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Once again, calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. All right, here we go. It's the semifinal of the Pro Bike class. In the semifinal, it's Scott DeLong versus Samuel Parrish. Samuel Parrish in the right-hand lane out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, against Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida. Samuel Parrish against Scott DeLong in the left-hand lane. Citra, Florida is where Scott DeLong is from. Samuel Parrish. This is a semifinal in the Pro Bike class. Who makes it through to the final? Samuel Parrish with the right leg. Oh, tough break for Sam. Scott DeLong is going into the final. Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida will race for the final in the Pro Bike class. What a day it was for Samuel Parrish, but he's eliminated right there. It was a 5.662 pass at 121.4 miles per hour. Joel Hickman gets the bye into the final. Joel from Ocklawaha, Florida. So Joel Hickman with a 7.114 at 106.11 miles per hour and goes through to the final. So coming up, we'll have the Lakeland Sportsman class. This will be the quarterfinals of the Lakeland Sportsman class coming up. And we'll see who's going to be going through to the semis. Attention at the pits. For the Jeans Class Pro Class, come on over to lanes 3 and 4 for your next round. Also, a shout out to the Super Pro ET Bike Class. Come on over to lane number 7. All right, so coming up here, it's time for the quarterfinals of the Lakeland Sportsman class. You're going to have Dawson Bass from Jacksonville, Florida in the Ford Mustang going up against Derek Putnam in the 70 Chevy. Derek hailing out of Gainesville, Florida. He's got an 11.07 dial. Going up against Dawson Bass in the right-hand lane. Winner goes through to the semifinal. Who's it going to be? Dawson Bass or Derek Putnam? Dawson Bass working his way in. Here's Derek Putnam. And the winner goes through to the semifinals. There goes Dawson Bass. Oh, tough break for Derek Putnam. He's got a red light. Dawson Bass going through to the semifinal. That's a great day for Derek Putnam. That's going to end there. Dawson Bass through with a 12.124 and 81.77 miles per hour for Dawson Bass. Derek Putnam's last run of the day at 11.710 with a 90 mile per hour pass. That brings us to the second quarterfinal. You got Chris Courtney going up against Monica Roberts. Who makes it through to the semifinals? Monica Roberts and Chris Courtney. And they're both got a red light. Let's see who makes it through, and the win is going to go to Monica Roberts. Monica Roberts moving through with a 12.531. So Monica Roberts going through off the double red light. Marcus Cruz will come up in our final quarterfinal of the Lakeland Sportsman class. Marcus Cruz will be hailing out of McLennan, Florida. Tom Courtney out of High Springs, Florida in the left-hand lane. 11.2 dial for both these vehicles. Who goes through to the semis? Marcus Cruz and Tom Courtney. Oh, a red light for Tom Courtney, and Marcus Cruz will go through to the semifinals. Marcus Cruz puts in a 11.218 pass at 111.43 miles per hour. Marcus Cruz on to the semifinals for the Lakeland Sportsman class. And coming up next, it's our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. It's the final in our 6 to 9 year old class. All right, so it's the final in the 6 to 9 year old class. Blakely Newman's in the left lane from Georgia. going up against Madison Wooten from Douglas, Georgia. So who's going to grab the win? They battled all day to get to this point. Blakely Newmans will be in the left lane, Madison Wooten in the right-hand lane. An 11.98 dial in the left lane to an 11.90 for Madison Wooten. We also have the semifinals in the 10 to 12-year-old class coming up in the 13 and 18-year-old class as well. We'll move back to the Jeans Glass Pro class. If you're part of the Jeans Glass Pro class, you should be in lanes number 3 and 4. And again, a call out to the Super Pro ET bike class. You should be in lane number 7. Here's the final, Madison Wooten and Blakely Newmans. And congratulations to Blakely Newmans, who takes the win. Good job. Willacoochee, Georgia's Blakely Newmans gets the victory. 12.114 at 53.67 miles per hour. Madison Wooten finishes runner-up today from Douglas, Georgia. It's our first semifinal in the 10 to 12-year-old bracket. Blake Jones versus Peyton Duffin to get to the final. Peyton Duffin from Wesley Chapel, Florida, in the left-hand lane, going up against Blake Jones from Orange Park, Florida. And calling the Jeans Glass Pro class to lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro ET bike class to lane number 7. Guys, we're super close on weather, so when you get done with your run, come on back as soon as you can. Get fueled up and be ready to go. Here's the semifinal, Peyton Duffin versus Blake Jones. And Blake Jones going through to the final. Orange Park's Blake Jones on to the final for the 10 to 12-year-old class. Peyton Duffin, it was a great day. And we'll finish in the 3rd position. Landon Siegel will get a bye into the final. Landon Siegel from Riverview, Florida. All right, after this, we're going to do the Super Pro Bike Class Final. After the juniors go, the Super Pro Bike Final coming up. So Landon Siegel is going to go through to the final. Siegel puts down an 8.916 run at 71.17 miles per hour. He'll come back around for the final. Again, that rain's about 30 minutes away, trying to get the final runs in here and get this settled. Rain's about 30 minutes from Gainesville Raceway. This is a semifinal to get into the final. This is Lincoln McMaster and Grayson Edelman going up against one another. Whoever wins this gets to the final. Grayson Edelman out of Lakeland Lakes, Florida, an 8.30 dial. Lincoln McMaster from Dillon Springs in car number 2088, a 7.93 dial. Whoever wins this goes to the final. Our red light from Lincoln McMaster, and Grayson Edelman is headed to the final. Grayson Edelman puts in an 8.256 run at 79.50 miles per hour. Grayson Edelman going to the final in the 13 to 18 class for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Here is our second semifinal coming up. This is Briella Browning in the right-hand lane. Briella, fresh off of finishing the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. And here she is in a semifinal trying to make the final out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Cohen Wakefield in the left-hand lane from Warrior, Alabama will be the competition for Briella to make the final. Coming up after this, we'll have our Pro Bike class final. If you're part of the Jeans Class, Pro Class, and Super Pro, please come to lanes of FB Trailer Super Pro Class to lanes number 1 and 2 for your next round. All right, so with the red light, Briella Browning is going to go through to the final. Briella Browning will race for the final of the 13 to 18 class for the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. That does it for that. Now comes up our final in the Pro Bike class. Vance Howdyshell and Roy Hagdorn are going to go up against one another for the final. Who is going to win it for the Pro Bike class? And coming up after them, it's going to be the Lakeland. It's going to be the Jeans Class, Pro Class coming up. Who's going to take it? Vance in the left lane, Roy in the right lane. Get calling the Jeans Class, Pro Class over in lanes number 3 and 4. Also want to make sure that we have our Super Pro Class coming over, the FB Trailer Super Pro Class in lanes 1 and 2. Lakeland Sportsman Class in lane 5 and 6. If you're part of the FB Trailer Junior Dragster final, just fuel up and come back to the stage lanes. All right, here's the final in the Pro Bike class. Vance Howdyshell against Roy Hagdorn. There goes Vince, and there goes Roy. Who's going to win it? Tight through the 30, and the win goes Roy Hagdorn. The Haley right-hand lane, a 5.596 for Roy Hagdorn, and he takes the Pro Bike class. Congratulations to Roy Vince, finishing as the runner-up at 116.87 miles per hour. All right, so here we go, the Jeans Class, Pro Class. And this is going to be a quarterfinal for them. Billy Wallace Jr. in the left lane from Riceville, Florida, going up against John Rollins in the right lane. A 5.99 dial for John Rollins in the right lane, and a 6.50 for Billy Wallace Jr. in the left. Who goes through to the semifinal in the Jeans Class Pro Class? Again, calling all FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes number 1 and 2. You should be in 1 and 2. And ready to go. Here's the first quarterfinal. Billy Wallace Jr. takes off. John Rollins with a perfect reaction time. Double zeros across the board. Who wins it? John Rollins. John Rollins in with a 6.024 into the semifinals at 106.65 miles per hour. Reed Ferrara in the right-hand lane going up against Austin Logan. Austin Logan out of Port Charlotte, Florida, going up against Reed from Jacksonville. A 5.80 dial for Austin Logan trying to make it into the semifinals. Reed Ferrara in the right-hand lane. Who makes it to the semifinals in the Jeans Glass Pro Class? Oh man, Austin Logan was good all day long, right up until that moment. And a red light for Austin Logan. Reed Ferrara is going through to the semi-final. Reed Ferrara from Jacksonville, Florida will race in the semis. Tony Gambardello will come up in the right-hand lane. He'll be going up against Phil Green. Phil Green from Ocala, Florida with a 6.04 dial against Tony Gambardello's 6.04. Identical dial times. Tony against Phil to make it to the semifinal. Off they go. They both have wheel stand, but it's a red light for Tony Gambardella. Phil Green is going to race in the semifinal out of Ocala, Florida. Following the Super Pro ET bike class back to lane number 7 for your final coming up here. Also, the FB Trailer Super Pro class should be in lanes number 1 and 2. If you're part of the Sportsman class, when you're ready, come back to lanes number 5 and 6 and calling the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters over for the finals. Again, that rain's about less than 20 minutes away here, guys, so we're going to try to finish up as soon as we possibly can and get these finals underway. Guys, rain is 10 miles away from us, so if you can, get back to the stage lane so we can try to finish this up as soon as you can. So it's going to be the FB Trailer Super Pro class. That's going to be next. So here is the FB Trailer Super Pro class. You got Travis Logan going up against Brandon George. Brandon George against Travis Logan in our 5 final for the Youth Class Pro Class. Here we go. Oh, it's a red light for Brandon George and Travis Logan going through. So Travis Logan with a 5.632 goes through at 123.22 miles per hour and eliminates Brandon George with the red light. Just a 001 for Brandon George. What a day it was for Brandon George. Somebody had to win, and it was Travis Logan. Here comes Mike from Green Cove Springs, Florida, with a 6.67 dial. He'll get the bye here. There goes Mike Minning. And puts down a 6.839 at 85.67 miles per hour. And last of our Super Pro rolling up now, it's going to be Austin Logan versus Keith Collins. Keith Collins against Austin Logan. Keith Collins with a 5.66 dial. Austin Logan with the 5.80. And then coming up, it's going to be our Super Pro ET Bike Class final. Austin Logan trying to work his way through. Can he make it happen? Yes, he does. Austin Logan with a 5.80, 5.811 at 113.96 miles per hour for Austin Logan, eliminating Keith Collins. Keith ran at 5.664, 122.39 miles per hour. Joel Hickman coming up against Scott DeLong. This is our final in the FB Trailer Super Pro class, the Super Pro ET Bike class. And someone's going to come away a winner. Joel Hickman from Ocklawaha, Florida, with a 7.0 dial against Scott DeLong with a 5.64 from Citra, Florida. This is your final in the Super Pro ET Bike class. Red light from Scott DeLong and Joel Hickman from Ocklawaha is going to be your winner. He's coming home a winner at 7.090 at 108.66 miles per hour. Joel Hickman with the win in the Super Pro ET Bike class. Congratulations to Joel Hickman and Scott DeLong on the runner-up finish. Coming up, we've got our junior dragster finals in our 10 to 12-year-old class and 13 to 18-year-old class.
12-year-old. Landon Siegel against Blake Jones in the final. Landon Siegel, an 8.90 dial, hails from Riverview, Florida. He's in the left lane. He'll be going up against Blake Jones in the right lane from Orange Park, Florida, with a 9.03 dial. This is your final in the FB Trailer Junior Dragster 10 to 12-year-old class. Any winner that happens, we need to come back to the stage lane. If you were in the pits, to the stage lanes now. Rain is 5 minutes away, 5 to 10 minutes out. Back to the stage lanes for your semi and finals. This is your final. Landon Siegel against Blake Jones in the 10 to 12-year-old class. The next group of cars, you're going to drive down. If you win, come on back to the stage lane and drive right back here after the conclusion of your race. Thank you. Oh, what a day it's been, and here is the final. Landon Siegel against Blake Jones from Orange Park, Florida. Who's going to be? This is the 10 to 12-year-old class in the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. They are ready to go. We're going to crown champion here. Blake Jones in the right lane. Landon Siegel. And the win going to Landon Siegel in the left-hand lane. 8.904 at 71 miles per hour. Blake Jones finishes in the runner-up position. Landon Siegel is your winner today in the FB Trailer Junior Dragster 10 to 12 class. That brings up our second final. It's the FB Trailer Junior Dragster 13 to 18-year-old class. Grayson Edelman in the right-hand lane from Land O'Lakes, Florida, going up against Briella Browning. Briella Browning already been in the final here today in the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street class. Here she is in her second final, looking to win it against Grayson Edelman. But Grayson has something to say about that. He's from Land O'Lakes. He's got an 8.26 dial. Briella with the 7.90. And who's going to win it in the 13 to 18 class? Here we go. This is your FB Trailer Junior Dragster 13 to 18-year-old final. Briella Browning is your winner today. Congratulations to Briella Browning. 7.954 at 76.66 miles per hour. Briella Browning gets the win. Grayson Edelman, it was a great day for Grayson, finishes as the runner-up from Land O'Lakes. That will do it for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters today. They were highly entertaining. Congratulations to Briella Browning, the winner today. Semis here. Who's going through to the final? It's Dawson Bass and Monica Roberts. Monica from Ocala, Dawson from Jacksonville. There they go. It's a great race so far through the 330. Who's going to make it to the final? And the win to Dawson Bass. Dawson Bass with the 12.
12.214, edges out Monica Roberts with a 12.506. And Dawson Bass going through to the final. Brings up Marcus Cruz. He'll get the bye into the final. Marcus Cruz from McClenny, Florida at an 11.0 dial. And then coming up, Marcus Cruz into the final. Marcus Cruz runs in 11.231 at 110.96 miles per hour. And he's into the final. That brings up our next pair. John Rollins against Reed Ferrara. John Rollins against Reed Ferrara in the semifinal. Reed from Jacksonville, Florida. John Rollins with a 5.97 dial. And then coming up, we got 2 races to go. They'll both be finals. And it'll do it today here at Gainesville Raceway. Again, trying to make it out just before this rainstorm hits, and it's going to be a big one. Reed Ferrara takes off. John Rollins trying to run him down and trying to get to the final. And it's going to be Reed Ferrara who gets through to the final. Reed from Jacksonville, Florida makes it through it. And Reed will race in the final. John Rollins, a great day from him. Phil Green is going to be your bye in this one from Ocala, Florida. And here's the rain, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, we got close here today. What a day it was. All right, folks, we were so close to getting to the end of that, but we had a couple of finals here today. That'll do it here at Gainesville Raceway. We appreciate you guys tuning in on YouTube and Facebook and coming out and racing with us. We'll see you for the next one. Check our schedule for the next CT Bracket Series racing, and make sure to come out to the Gainesville Nationals. Appreciate you guys hanging with us, and we'll see you at the next one.
Yeah, we want to thank everyone for watching On the Spot Motorsports Media. Don't forget, this Thursday night we're going to have...
Folks, if we can have a starter on brought to the starter line. We have a junior dragster over here. And if anybody can help bring a starter over here, we greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Want to let everybody know, thank you for watching On the Spot Motorsports Media today. Don't forget, this Thursday night we're going to have Tim Barrett, super stock racer in the NHRA. And we're going to have him on and talk to him about his racing career and the upcoming season. So until then, everyone take care and be safe.